It's a long road between Jerez and Valencia, but that is the journey that our teams have taken to be ready at the circuit Ricardo Tormo, where round number 4 of the 2024 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series is about to take place. Of course, it's round 2 for the GTs, round 4 for our GT4 and GT grids, round 2 for the F4s, I should say. Myself, Adam Weller, along with Chris McCarthy of this broadcast, as well as, of course, the incomparable Lukas Gajewski, who will be on the podium as well today. It is a wonderful looking day here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, just over 4 kilometers in length. That's about 2.5 miles. 14 corners, not much in the way of elevation change compared to some of our other circuits on the calendar, and it's celebrating its 25th anniversary. Opened in 1999, consistently a home of the World Motorcycle Grand Prix season finale, and it is now midpoint of the Winter Series calendar as well. As you can see, it's pretty much as good as a day can get in terms of February weather, and we are expecting some fabulous racing as a result of it. It hasn't always been dry, it hasn't always been sunny so far this weekend, but our drivers have had a lot of track time to get to grips with the Circuit Ricardo Tormo across our 4 categories this weekend. Why 4? Well, we've got the GT4s, the GTs, and the Formula Winter Series. We've also got the TCR Spain running their second pre-season event as well. So 4 categories to bring you across this broadcast today and across the weekend as a whole. We are starting with the Formula Winter Series within the next few moments, and we will now take a look at that race in detail. We're on the road to going racing for the first time. The Formula Winter Series is up next.
welcome down to the grid here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo. We are getting ready to go for race one of round two in the Formula Winter Series. My name is Chris McCarthy. Great to have your company. Beautiful conditions, how things can change in 1 week. We've came across country here in Spain and to the beautiful conditions here at Valencia. You might be able to hear in the background the cars are just making their way out pit lane. There you can see Johnny. They are just coming out on to the circuit now to make their way down to the grid. And I guess this circuit, that's one of the biggest things about this circuit, is this incredibly long run that we have on the start-finish straight. So swing round, you'll see this is where the start-finish line is. This is where the grid is. Now coming out that final corner, we have a very, very long run in those Formula 4 cars. Bring it back round, Johnny, down to that first corner as they make their way into that left-hander. So particularly in the first few laps, I think we're going to see a lot of overtaking down here. Beautiful venue here we have at Valencia as well. Once racing here, we had the likes of GP2 back in 2006, where a certain Lewis Hamilton stood on the podium. Then GP3 came here in 2013, where Carlos Sainz stood on the podium. So current F1 drivers have stood on the podium. Follow me, Johnny. Who is going to follow in their footsteps? Let's take a close look at the cars. Here they come down pit lane. You can see the cars making their way down. Don't be shy, Johnny. You can hang over the pit lane here. Lots of drivers getting those shots of the cars coming down. Included in that, Juan Cota, the number 4, just went by. He was one of our winners last time. Here comes Douda Decker in the 28. BWT livery. Looks a beautiful machine, that one. There goes Adam Hideg in the 24. The Genza cars come down. The number 3, Griffin Peebles, one of our winners last time, going by. Here comes number 87, Matej Kolnagi next. There the number 10, Mateus Ferreira. Number 14, Victor Dobrzansky following through. Then we have Gianmarco Pradel. Very, very talented driver. Went well last time out despite the issues that he suffered from. Here comes number 15, Eps Tim Gerhards. The number 16, Bianca Bustamante, you saw just go through. There goes the 99, Thomas Strauven, who we spoke to last time. There goes number 5 next, Lorenzo Castillo. 22 coming into shot next, Nathaniel Betterby, who we spoke to last time out. 46 on the way through next, and here comes number 9, Rene Lammers, reigning FIA karting European champion. And speaking of karting talents, 2 more coming in to the grid this time out. We have Nathan Ty, who was a Sodi Kart factory driver. Just mind yourself, Johnny, come round. I'll tell you what, look how busy it's going to get out on this grid. When you have 38 cars, it takes a lot of people to get out onto the grid. And here they come now out. I want to speak to this man here, Lorenzo Flusha, who is going to be racing in the European Le Mans Series. Many will know him from racing in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine in recent years. Lorenzo, great to see you, first of all. Of course, your brother racing this weekend. How are things? How is it to be here in the paddock? I know you've got a really good season coming up. How's Lucas getting on?
Yeah, really nice to be here supporting him. You know, it's the kind of the pre-season for Spain, which will compete later. And no, really nice weather. This morning was a bit messy in qualifying, let's say, with the track limits and everything. Well, starting P8 here now. Really excited. I mean, he just needs to focus, do his job, learn. You know, it's a really big learning curve, this first race in single-seater. And yeah, for me, really exciting season as well ahead, going into endurance racing. And no, really excited, to be honest. Exciting times ahead. You've been out in the Middle East. Just tell us a little bit about what's coming up for you. Yeah, so I finished the Asian Le Mans Series, the last 3 rounds. Quite a positive experience, just learning all the gist of the new competition and everything. And yeah, now we start the European Le Mans Series in April in Barcelona, 14th if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, European Le Mans Series, and then the big one, Le Mans 24 hours, which will be amazing, and can't wait.
We'll let you enjoy the grid. 38 cars out there, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's a crazy championship, though. Let's hope it's a good race.
You're used to racing in grids like that, coming from Frecker. Okay, let's go and speak to our pole sitter now. There was changes to the grids. The grid has been made up from the free practice results from yesterday. They have been combined. That's given us our grid. I'm sure Adam Weller will take you through all the details from that if he hasn't already. But essentially, because of some track limit violations that took place in qualifying, now all the free practice results from yesterday, the 4 sessions, they've been put together. The best times of each driver now make up the grid. That's essentially how it's going to work. Let's speak to Andres Cardenas, who is going to be on pole position. Well, Andres, you lead the way in the championship. You've already taken a win. This got to be one of the longest runs down towards the first corner, though. How are you finding it?
Yeah, I'm finding it really interesting. It's such a different track from Jerez, but I'm ready for everything.
Andres Cardenas, hope you guys caught it. It's very hard to hear right here, but getting a good run off the line is going to be absolutely crucial. Let's take a walk down the grid. I believe everyone is now on, so let's go and speak to Griffin Peebles, who is going to be next, another driver who has taken a win so far. Griffin, taken a win last time out. You think you can now add to that? I guess if you can get a good run off the line here, there's a chance you can grab that lead going into turn 1.
Yeah, there's a very big chance in this race. We had very good race pace that we did in practices yesterday. So I think I have the pace to win it, and I think I'm going to give it everything I got.
Good stuff. Well done. Thanks to Griffin Peebles. Okay, out the car here is the number 33 of Mikkel Pedersen. Not too sure exactly what's going on. Is everything? We won't speak too much to Mikkel Pedersen. He's trying to get things sorted out, but Mikkel Pedersen hopefully is going to jump back in their car. We won't disturb them too much. I can imagine this has been a bit of a stressful time for him, but it seems the team are trying to get something fixed. What I will do, Adam, is I will investigate that one for you after. I think for now, let's leave the team to try and get that one fixed. But Mikkel Pedersen, Johnny, if you see, looks like he's climbing back in the car. He's going to get belted up. So I think everything's going to be okay for Mikkel Pedersen. So let's leave them to it now. We won't ask him too much. Juan Cota took a win last time out. He's going to be starting there. Feel free to get in and have a look. He's going to be starting on row number 2. DriveX driver got his first win in single seaters. Swing round number 31 comes next. Akshay Bora drove very, very well last time. Solid points on the board for Akshay. Very consistent performance from him. Let's see how he can add to that this time. Then we come to Maciej Guadish, who won won all 3 rookie races. Apologies. That leaves him 3rd in the standings after taking 2 podiums overall. Next we come to Nathan Ty, new to the championship this time. Let's grab a quick word with Nathan. Nathan, coming of course from karting, where you were 10th in European Championships, champions of the future champion. Is this your first single-seater race now?
Yeah, this is my first single-seater race. Definitely excited and ready to go.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck to it, Nathan Ty. Very excited, and I'm sure can go very, very well. He is definitely one to watch. Next along here, let's. In fact, I think that's the 1-minute board, guys. So, Adam, we're going to have to go back to you.
Yeah, probably best to stay out the way from there on out. I agree with you, Chris. Great to hear some of the insights from down there on the grid, especially from our pole sitter and Andres Cardenas. Cardenas, as we alluded to, is our pole sitter for this one, based on the free practice times after many a track limit misdemeanor earlier in the day. Griffin Peebles is alongside him, so 2 of our race winners from Jerez are side by side. Then it is Mikkel Pedersen and Juan Cota. They're living La Vida DriveX on row 2. Akshay Bora is next, the first of the US Racing drivers, alongside Maciej Guadish. Row 4 of the grid is Nathan Ty making his debut in the category alongside Lucas Flusha. Ernesto Rivera is next in 9th place alongside Matthias Ferreira. Jan Brzozowski in 11th place, and Gianmarco Pradel starting from the end of row 6. Row 7 of the grid, Mattia Kolnagi and Douwe de Decker. René Lammers next, alongside Thomas Straubin, Kabir Anurag and Enia Frey on row 9. Row 10, Peter Bozinilos, Adam Hideg. Maxime Ream is in 21st alongside Finn Harrison. Emanuele Olivieri and Bianca Bustamante, 23rd and 24th. 25th place, Flavio Olivieri, Pacom Weissenberger, Alexander Savinkov in 27th, Francisco Machedo in 28th. Tim Gerhardt and Leah Block round out the top 30. 31st place is Bart Harrison in the 77. Then it's Edouard Borgna, Filippo Fiorentino in 33rd, Lenny Reed in 34th, Lorenzo Castillo and Arthur Gourizon in 35th and 36th. 37th and 38th, our final row of the grid, Victor Dobzhansky and Nathaniel Berraby round out our 38-car order for this first race. All 3 races in the Formula Winter Series take place over 30 minutes plus 1 lap. So this is going to be a fairly long race, I suppose you could say, compared to some of the heat races that karting would have brought these drivers in the past. And I say brought these drivers, not everyone on the grid is a karting grad. However, over half of the order is assigned to the rookie class. Therefore, they have not raced in Formula 4 prior to this Formula Winter Series season. But it is those with the experience edge that round the top 5 out completely. Cardenas, Peebles, Pedersen, Kota and Bora have all raced previously in Formula 4, of course, some of them in FWS specifically. We also have to consider the championship battle. Andres Cardenas, your pole sitter, is also your championship leader. Funny enough, second on the grid, Griffin Peebles, also second in the championship as it stands. But better qualifying, or at least a better position off the start line from the 2 DriveX cars on row 2 than either of them had on Saturday at Jerez, makes me think that potentially the DriveX guys could make their claim towards a championship battle going into the final 2 events of the year in Aragon and Barcelona by the time we leave Valencia. It is the circuit Ricardo Tormo. It is the second destination on the Formula Winter Series calendar for 2024. It is a 38-car grid, as impressive as it is long, as the sunshine beats down on the circuit Ricardo Tormo. Will it be Cardenas that gets a good start? What about Peebles? Of course, he has the inside line, but he's also got the dirty line. The yellow flag waves at the back of the grid. That yellow flag should theoretically turn green in just a few moments, and that'll be our signal. But we're ready to go racing, and sure enough, the green flag has waved. The lights will go on, and the lights will go off. We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend of the season. It's a great start from Andres Cardenas. Akshay Bora going defensive further back in the pack, but it is Andres Cardenas that leads the way. Second place looks to be Griffin Peebles. No, sorry, Juan Cota through into second place. Pedersen trying to get past for third as well. The number 3 car of Peebles drifting out wide there as they all make their way through turn 2. There's the number 9 car of René Lammers towards the middle of the field. Oh, and one car losing its front wing already. I think that might have been Kolnagi. Mattia Kolnagi in the MP Motorsport car just tagging someone else's wheel going through turn 4. Gianmarco Pradel side by side with his teammate from Us Racing, the number 10 driver Matthias Ferreira, who didn't get the best of starts. I think he lost a position or 2. Kolnagi, though, with his front wing underneath the car. De Decker among those going past and around him at the moment. The number 8 car also making up some good places by the looks of it for the Campos crew. But De Decker, yes, side by side with the number 8 machine, so that is a very, very impressive start. Everybody through the first few corners. Per my information, Brzozowski, yes, started 12th place, so I think he's made up at least 1 or 2 places on that first lap. 3, 4 wide going through turn 13. That's the 46 car coming out on top of that particular exchange. Look at them all drifting out wide. You don't want to be doing too much of that based on what happened in the qualification session. But we'll have to see. Packed stands here as they all run past on the first lap. Colnaghi continues to fall through the order. Buzinalos in the 46 MP car has just gotten past him, having already made some positions on lap number 1. But it's Cardenas from Kota, Peebles, then Pedersen in 4th place, Machai Guadish in 5th position, Akshay Bora in 6th place. Everyone making their way through turn 4 once again. It's a bit of a pinch point this corner. Deceptively action-packed, the racing through turn 4. You have to think that the 87 car of Colnaghi isn't going to stay out there for too long with that front end damage. Yes, the car seems to still be running relatively okay, but just losing positions hand over fist at this point, and a little bit of a tag, and that front wing is going to go under the wheels potentially. Thomas Strauven has just gotten past the wounded machine, the 87 car. But Campos' Andres Cardenas, much like he did at Jerez, already looks like he's got quite the hold on race 1 of the weekend. Oh, and he just saw going airborne a little bit there, the 87 car. So Colnaghi, I think, may have to call it a race, or at least call it a visit to the pit lane. And while that's going on, the safety car has been declared. Now, there was a yellow flag at turn 8. There was also a little bit of debris down at turn 8, but I didn't see any cause for a safety car necessarily. Is that debris the only reason that the safety car has come out? It may well be. Nonetheless, the race has been neutralised. I'm quite surprised that... oh, now this is what's happened. The 37 and the 74 cars are the two in the gravel trap then. So the Monlau competition machine of, I think that's Lenny Reed, isn't it? Yes, Lenny Reed is one of the 2 cars into the gravel. The other being the Cram Motorsport machine of Filippo Fiorentino. So Fiorentino and Lenny Reed both into the gravel trap, and those 2 cars need an extraction. I didn't see that moment unfold, but obviously the end result is clear, even if maybe we're not quite sure how the cars ended up in that position. Turn 8 is often one of those sections that just tempts a driver coming out of this kink at turn 7 to just try and launch it up the inside at 8, and often it doesn't quite go to plan, and that's exactly what we've seen, unfortunately, in the early stages here. So Andres Cardenas will lead the neutralised race from Kota and Peebles, and a few drivers move up the order elsewhere. Weissenberger, I think, has moved up a few places from where he qualified. Weissenberger started 26th place and is up in 17th. So yes, a few places and more for Weissenberger in the Campos machine. Weissenberger, the young Frenchman. And will Mattia Colnaghi finally decide to pit this time? He's still got that front wing hanging on by a thread underneath the car. I would suspect we're going to get at least one more lap under safety car. You can see the tractor moving into position from turn 8 there. I would think 1, maybe 2 laps under safety car. See the tyres being scrubbed across the surface by the drivers, just trying to get any iota of extra temperature into them as all of the temperatures drop. Of course, being a relatively warm day by February standards, a lot of these drivers might have fairly low tyre pressures, expecting them to build as the race goes on. So it's quite critical to keep the tyres happy, keep the tyres within operating range. The 87 car of Colnaghi is into the pit lane as anticipated. So Mattia Colnaghi is in. The 66 car has also been in the pit lane since this race began. I think that was before the safety car came out. And the 66 car has come into the pit lane. That is Francisco Machado, the other of the 3 DriveX cars. Meanwhile, the marshals have done a pretty good job already getting those cars to start moving away from their resting place. So Fiorentino and Reed's vehicles almost clear. There is Fiorentino running again. And I understand that the 66 car of Macedo has continued on now. So Macedo pitted just as the safety car came out and has rejoined the race and has done so still on the lead lap as well. So that's the critical thing there. Safety car lights are still on. I suspect that we are going to have to wait at least one more lap before we go racing again as they go through the long flowing turn 13. Cardenas, as I was alluding to on the formation lap, comes into this weekend as championship leader. Of course, Andres didn't compete the full 2023 Spanish Formula 4 Championship, but that was entirely down to his age. He was too young to race in the opening couple of races of the season. Cardenas took his first win in Spanish F4 at Jerez. He took his first win in Formula Winter Series at Jerez last weekend as well. So clearly that circuit is one that favours him, but he's right there in position with Juan Cota just behind him. Cota debuted in Formula Winter Series last year. Had a very good, promising run in the Valencia races for in 2023. We're expecting him to be a favourite across this weekend again. He came in with a lot of confidence. That much was obvious talking to him in the paddock on Friday. He feels like he's got a good car underneath him. He feels very confident in his own abilities. And certainly I know that DriveX have a lot of faith in his abilities too. Of course, Mikael Pedersen was an absolute star turn in his first weekend racing non-Danish F4 cars. The F4 Danish champion of 2023 really did show up and show out at Jerez. The safety car is going to come in this lap. So safety car will come in this time by. The lights on the Volkswagen Golf will soon go out. And then the car will exit stage right. Only for Andres Cardenas to pick up the mantle from there. There's the GRS car, the unmistakable BWT livery of Douwe de Decker. He said that he likes the fact that his friends can always see where he is on track, given the colour scheme on that thing. So then the safety car will come in this time. We'll have just under 1/3 race distance to go, plus one lap. And Andres Cardenas will more than likely pull this pin at the strategically opportune moment. But does that come before or after the last corner? It comes basically at the last corner, if you ask Cardenas. We're back to racing speeds then. Andres Cardenas leads the way as they come across the line now to begin racing once more. Juan Cota, Griffin Peebles, Pedersen, Guadish, Bora, your top six, but it could be a change for P4 by the time they get to turn one. Guadish trying to get past Pedersen. Oh, Pedersen goes flying there, clips the curb, takes off and ends up in the gravel. Maciej Guadish then up into 4th place. Pedersen was giving a lot of space to Guadish, and he definitely didn't expect the car to react like that going over the bumps. That was a big, big flight, unfortunately, for Pedersen. There were yellow flags at the final corner, yellow flags at turn 1 now as well, of course, as we see there Ferreira getting himself past, I believe they're actually being potentially no, Lucas Flusha that was. Lucas Flusha seems to be dropping a little bit then as we've gone back to green flag. So the 48 car now on the back of Flusha as well. That's Nathan Ty. Bit of shuffling in the latter half of the top 10 as this race has resumed. But the safety car is back out. You see there on the light board in the back of shot. So the safety car has been returned to the circuit after Mikael Pedersen's flight there. There is the Volkswagen Polo, not Golf. Polo's grown a bit since about 2005 or so. We have two cars in the gravel, incidentally. So two in the gravel. That is the 44 Campos car, isn't it? It's the 44 in the gravel. Ernesto Rivera, therefore, in the gravel trap. They've shuffled numbers a bit from the pre-season entry list, and sometimes I get my wires crossed. But Ernesto Rivera, then, young Mexican racer, unfortunately, in the gravel as well as Pedersen. You see the fans here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Free entry, of course, for this event, as is always the case at GEDLICH Winter Series events, and a lot of fans have descended upon the Circuit Ricardo Tormo to get some racing in February. Rivera staying in the car by the looks of it as they get ready to crane it away. He'll be hoping to get back out there on the circuit then. He'll be hoping they drop him just north of the curbs and send him off again. So then your order at this stage of the race, your race leader is Andres Cardenas, then it's Juan Cota. Griffin Peebles will be very aware of the fact that his young teammate Matvej Guadic is once again right behind him. Akshay Bora and Matthias Ferreira 5th and 6th place. Then it's Flusha. Nathan Ty in 8th place. Gianmarco Pradel up into 9th then. He's snuck his way into the top 10. Jan Pesharovsky in 10th position. Douwe de Decker 11th. Peter Bezinalos in 12th. Lammers, Weissenberger and Fry, your top 15. Weissenberger's trip up from 27th continues with great momentum despite these safety car periods. Of course, he is picking up some places based on the incidents and accidents that cause these safety cars. Ernesto Rivera then will also go no further. He started up in 9th, so he was there in the top 10 too when he went missing. Pedersen's flight was, of course, the big eyebrow raiser there. It is 15 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. One would suspect that maybe this will be the second and final lap under safety car, depending on the progress down at turn 1. It certainly looked like the marshals were doing good work with the diggers, and sure enough, the DriveX car and indeed the Campos car, as you can see, are both now on the correct side, I suppose, of the barriers. Correct being a relative term. So one would suspect that this will be safety car in this lap. We'll wait for that confirmation on the timing screen, but swift work again from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo marshals. Bianca Bustamante is another driver who has gained a few places based on the issues for others out there on circuit. She was 24th on the grid, but fell a few places early on. She's now back up to 23rd, so one place up on where she started, but also a few places up on where she was by the end of lap 1. Leah Block running in 30th position as well to round off the non-pink GRS cars. We've seen Douwe de Decker fighting up there in 11th place. The first of the Yenza machines is Enya Fry in 15th place. So Enya, the first of the Yenza cars.
Off the back of the pack, he's about half a lap down.
So then the safety car lights are out, and the cars will be rolling once again at full speed once Andres Cardenas pulls that pin. Cardenas bunches them all up. He'll have his eyes firmly placed on Juan Cota behind him, as he tries to maybe see a moment if Juan Cota lifts off the throttle a little bit. Maybe that's an opportunity for Cardenas to go. Cardenas once again, as he did first time around, takes the final corner at full speed. We are back to racing, and Juan Cota will be trying his best now to get the slipstream, but I think he's going to worry more about what's going on behind him. We've got one car in the pit lane as well. That's Flavio Olivieri for Cram that has come into the pit. So one car into the pit lane from about 20th place. Griffin Peebles, though, up the inside for second. Cota had to worry down that main straight about Peebles. They're still side by side through 3 and into 4, and Juan Cota just about holds him off. Had the outside line for 2 and 3, but managed to convert it to the inside for T4. And as they come towards turn 6, it is still Juan Cota there in second place. Maciej Guares wants a piece of this as well. Akshay Bora in 5th position. In 6th place, it is the other US Racing car of Matthias Ferreira. So 2 US Racing cars on the fringes of the top half dozen right now. Just behind 2 MP Motorsport machines. Maciej Guares up in 4th place. He'll be keen to get involved in this too, but it looks like Griffin Peebles has some good race pace here just ahead of him also. The third of the MP cars there, the second of the orange MP cars, is Lucas Flusha. Everyone else working their way through the S-bend. We have 11 minutes and 35 seconds plus 1 lap to go. The Cram car comes into pit, or comes out of pit lane, so Flavio Olivieri will not be lapped. However, he is more or less a lap down as he goes back out there onto the circuit. No such concerns for Cardenas. One car there going a little bit defensive. That is Lucas Flusha. Gianmarco Pradel now up in 8th place. 71 and 73 side by side. Maxime Riem and Emanuele Olivieri there for 18th place. Pradel has gotten past Lucas Flusha, so Pradel up into P7. Flusha down to P8, then Gianmarco Pradel now joins a 3-car US Racing train then. Bora 5th, Ferreira 6th, and Pradel in 7th place. Gianmarco making his way up the order nicely from 12th on the grid. There is Flusha just locking up in front of Nathan Ty in his first appearance in single-seater racing. The young 15-year-old from Sheffield won the 2022 Champions of the Future Euro Series. Former factory driver for Sodi, as Chris McCarthy alluded to on the pre-grid. Got some very high places in the world of karts and is now looking to move into the car racing world. Some side-by-side action further back there. One of the Yenza cars getting into it. I think that was Alexander Savinkov and Ewa Bornia having a bit of a scrap further back. The field comes streaming across the line once again then. All single file down the main straight. Except for one interloper, that is the 99 of Strauven. Strauven just chasing Maxime Riem. I think these two got into it at Jerez as well. The 46 and the 28 also side by side. De Decker just still with the nose ahead of Bazinilos. Bazinilos tries to get to the inside at turn 4. That is for 11th place on the circuit. And now Bazinilos has to worry about his MP compatriot René Lammers, but Lammers in turn gets rather rudely dive-bombed there by Pacon Weissenberger, who continues his trajectory up the order. Weissenberger with the inside line for turn 8. And the Campos driver gets past young René Lammers. Of course, Lammers, another one of the debutants, another one of the drivers coming on song in single-seaters. Hasn't quite had his luck on his side so far. The qualifying session that ran this morning, where track limits were a particularly hot-button topic, he actually set some very good lap times there. He would have been well in the top 10 had the results for that session stood, but he's a little way further down the order as a result of the stewards having not really much choice but to form the grid based on free practice results. One very wide MP Motorsport car, please, says Lucas Flusha, as Nathan Ty and Jan Przowski fight hard behind him. Jan Pisharovsky, I should say. Another all-in-backed machine. Got a couple of them on the grid. The other one, of course, being Maciej Gładysz, as the Polish motorsport scene put their money behind some of these young developing talents. The AKM car there, looking at the inside, that was Emanuele Olivieri trying to find a way past Thomas Strauven. Douwe de Decker, you may remember in race 1 at Jerez, the bright pink car was on screen a lot, but not for any of the right reasons, was doing a lot of defending and losing several positions. An engine drama for the GRS crew. The car got progressively worse as the race went on. Just looking at some of the... Oh, as the number 8 car has a moment there, that was Pisharovsky. Pisharovsky having a moment at turn 11 there. Looks like he's continued on unabated and, well, largely undamaged. Pisharovsky losing a couple of spots though in the process, was well in that top 10 and will cross the line now in 13th place. So from 10th to 13th goes Pisharovsky. Douwe de Decker to the inside of Weissenberger, and Weissenberger just about holding on to that inside line, making that position stick, or that outside line and making that position stick. Can carry a lot more speed around the outside, sometimes at turn 1. Staying within the track limits is a different challenge, as René Lammers very, very close quarters with the GRS car of de Decker. De Decker still with the nose on the inside as they run through turn 5, but René Lammers staves off the advance there. Lammers was running behind de Decker at the start of the lap in 14th place, and unfortunately de Decker has lost 2 or 3 places. I think he is 14th now, just halfway through the lap, so he's lost a little bit of time. Maxime Riem there losing out as well. Thomas Strauven is the next car on the back of Maxime in the US Racing machine. So Maxime was 17th at the start of the lap. Thomas Strauven was just behind him. Emanuele Olivieri has gone from 19th to 17th on this lap. So Olivieri in the 73 AKM car, and a particularly good run of it on this run through. Adam Hedeg is just behind Thomas Strauven as well. So Hedeg looking to try and get the slipstream here. He's got a very good run out of the last corner, as does Nathan Ty. And this time, Ty might be by. They're side by side as they run towards the second corner. He has the inside line. Flusha tries to cut back into the inside of the corner, tried to get a good run out of turn 2, but I don't think it's good enough for him to have a move at turn 4. No. Nathan Ty is up into 8th place then definitively now. Oh, and Pacom Weissenberger has had a moment there. That is at the 66 involved as well. Mikkel Garde Pedersen. I think this is towards turn 13 by the looks of it. But the red flag has been waved as a result. So Pacom Weissenberger and this young man, Mikkel Pedersen, have had a coming together out there. That is the inside of turn 13 by the looks of it. Yes, it is. So, didn't see that one happen in real time, but clearly there's 2 separate incidents actually, because Weissenberger, I don't think he is at the same part of the circuit, is he? That looks to be exit of the final turn, but Weissenberger off elsewhere on the circuit. In fact, that's out of turn 2. So yes, clearly separate incidents. Pedersen's had an off, as has Weissenberger. And with 4 minutes left of the race, with cars strewn across the circuit Ricardo Tormo, the race has been red flagged and will not be restarted. So Andres Cardenas is coming back into the pit lane, a race winner, albeit perhaps not in the manner that he would have liked. Cardenas takes win number 2 of the 2024 Formula Wind Series season. Now, oftentimes these races go back on countback. However, usually not involving the drivers that cause the red. So I suspect that it won't do any favours for either Weissenberger or Pedersen. And everybody being pushed back into their boxes, which means that we're going to have drivers displaced from the podium. You can see Cardenas there in the 18 is at the very end of the pit lane. So Cardenas is going to have to do a bit of footwork, I think, to get towards the podium, which is on the far end of the pits. But Cardenas then, your winner. Juan Cota in second place. Peebles, Guadish and Bora, your top 5. Matias Ferreira and Gianmarco Pradel should be your top 7 by the end of all this. Of course, the countback might well come into play and change a few of those results. In fact, I think it already has. Nathan Ty, for instance, is back behind Lucas Fluscher because, of course, he made that overtake on the lap where the race got red flagged. So a few positions will switch back here. But unfortunately for Mikael Garde Pedersen, race number 1 has really not been a reflection of his fabulous weekend at Jerez. Certainly the first 2 races, Pedersen didn't really have the grid slot to do the kind of work that we expected of him as a Danish F4 champion. We had a feeling he'd be a bit of a dark horse, and he proved that with some of his performances in the races. Unfortunately, this time he's seeing his car get craned away. The race results there, I think, are a little bit out. Pacon Weissenberger obviously in the gravel, but Andres Cardenas is your race winner. Juan Cota taking second place ahead of Griffin Peebles. Maciej Guadish next ahead of Akshay Bora. Matias Ferreira next. Gianmarco Pradel in 7th place. Then it's Nathan Ty. Lucas Fluscher in 9th place, in 10th place per the graphics on screen. But again, I think Ty and Fluscher have swapped. Peter Bezinalos in 11th place. Then it's Pret Pesherovsky. Douwe de Decker listed 13th there. 14th position for Enya Fry by that information. But again, I'm not convinced this is quite the final result. René Lammers in what would be 14th place. Anurag in 16th. Maxime Ream in 17th. Emanuele Olivieri next on here. Adam Hideg and Thomas Strauben in 18th and 19th. It would be Tim Gerhardt in the following position. Then Finn Harrison and Bart Harrison, unrelated. Bianca Bustamante finishing effectively where she started there, 24th. Arthur Dorizon is next. Looked like it was shuffling a bit there. Alexander Savinkov and Lorenzo Castillo following. And we, I think, are just in the process of getting updated results through. Obviously, the first clue there was Pacom Weissenberger on the top. He was unfortunately one of the cars that ended up in the gravel by the end of that race. I had a feeling he was going to be top 10 by the end based on some of the overtakes he was making, having started well into the 20s on the grid, 26th on the grid. He was fighting into the top 10 at the moment where his car came off the circuit. Quite what happened to Weissenberger, I certainly didn't see in the moment, but he ended up in the gravel at turn 2, and of course prior to that we'd already lost Mikael Pedersen just a few corners further back on the lap, so understandable with 2 cars in the gravel that the race was red flagged. As you can well imagine, the negotiations now ongoing between teams and GEDLICH Racing organisers and Chris McCarthy as to where the drivers and the cars and everyone should be for the various podiums. Andres Cardenas, though, will be keen to get up on that top step, I'm sure. His second different racetrack that he has won a race at, his previous 2 victories in cars coming at the Jerez circuit in Spanish F4 and FWS respectively. Peebles will be fairly pleased with 3rd place as well, but his championship rival Andres Cardenas will extend the championship lead courtesy of this win. He's having a conversation then with the Campos engineers. And I understand that Chris McCarthy is down there in the vicinity, and once Andres Cardenas has the helmet off, I'm sure he will dive down and have a chat with him. We'll just wait to see that helmet off the young number 18 driver. Deep in conversation, but he is now unmasking, so let's go down there.
Hello, Johnny. Yes, welcome down. We're going to grab a word with Andres Cardenas, who is down here. We can see the top 3 cars. Andres Cardenas is just over here, so we're just going to grab a quick word with him now. He's just going to head over to us. Of course, lots of celebrations. Juan Cota, well done to him as well. We're just going to have a chat with our race winner. Come over and stand in front of your car here, Andres. Wow, 2nd win of the season, 2 wins in 2 rounds. That must feel fantastic. Another perfect start to the weekend.
Yeah, sure. I feel very honored to, of course, win. Yeah, I want to thank all my team, all the persons that have supported me, and yeah, we keep going for tomorrow.
Of course, 2 safety car restarts out there, a couple of safety car restarts. The longest run down to a first corner I think we're going to have on the calendar. How was it dealing with both of those?
It was difficult because I know that I need to have a good start. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, in that part I'm very happy. And also to manage the race with this much heat and all of these different factors, yeah, it's difficult, but at the end we managed it.
And we did have the red flag at the end, but it looked like you always had that race in control. Did it feel like that in the car?
Yeah, for sure. At the last laps I struggled a little bit with the pace. But apart from that, starts, safety car restarts, I think I managed them quite well. So yeah, very happy about it.
Championship gap continuing to extend now. He must be happy.
Yeah, for sure, very happy, and we keep going for tomorrow.
Good stuff. Well done. Andres Cardenas, will let you get up to the podium and celebrate. Well, as you can see, Adam, plenty of people, Johnny, swing round, gathered down here ready for the podium celebrations, which are going to take place just above us up there. The top 3 cars are down here. The top 3 drivers are heading up to podium now, so we'll go back to Adam Weller, our commentator, very shortly. Lucas Gajewski is preparing for podium celebrations.
Well, certainly good effort from everyone to get the drivers where they needed to be at the correct moment there. That was certainly an instant-fill race. Didn't quite end in the manner that we were anticipating, but nonetheless, Andres Cardenas will be delighted with another race win. Let's take a look back at some of the replays, though, of race number 1. So then it was a very good start off the line for Andres Cardenas. Griffin Peebles having to go defensive from the front row of the grid. Juan Cota to the outside at turn 1. He'd have a nose ahead, he'd have a car ahead before too long. Pashirovsky and co, René Lammers, Douwe de Decker, all fighting their way through the first few corners. Unfortunately, Mattia Kolnagi getting his front wing jammed under another driver going into turn 4. He would be running wounded for a couple of laps before the safety car would come out. A lot of drivers bouncing across the curbs as they tried to find their fast line through 12 and 13. René Lammers losing out a couple of places, I think. As a result, we saw a few cars catch a curb and go flying a little bit. Unfortunately, we also saw 2 cars into the gravel. Lenny Reed for Monlau and Filippo for Cram Motorsport, and then Mikael Pedersen really did catch some air. He ended up in the gravel just after the safety car restart. And Ernesto Rivera found his way into the gravel trap also. Peebles, meanwhile, got to the inside of Juan Cota. They had a nice little side-by-side exchange, which Juan Cota came out on top of. Gianmarco Pradel worked his way up to 7th position, having qualified outside the top 10. Paco Weissenberger looked particularly feisty at times during this race. He would work his way back up towards the overall top 10. However, the last we saw of him, he was facing the wrong way in the gravel. So while he had some very good overtaking, unfortunately the race did not end in the manner he'd have liked. Douwe de Decker it was into the side of Pashirovsky then. So good to see some clarification on that, because I was looking at a timing screen at the time, I must admit. But no such issues for the number 48 driver. That was a nice move from Nathan Tye, getting himself past Lucas Fluscher. However, sadly, that was almost immediately annulled. Red flag because of the 66 and the 11 cars in the gravel. Nathan Tye would be classified 9th behind Lucas Fluscher in 8th place. So unfortunately that move right at the end of the race not counting for Nathan Tye, but he'll be happy with a top 10 on his car racing debut. He will be one of the drivers on the rookie podium. All of the podiums are now ready to be brought to you by Lukas Gajewski.
Thank you very much, Adam Weller, for talking us through the first race of the weekend for Formula Winter Series. A glorious afternoon outside on the podium balcony here in Valencia, and we are ready to welcome our winning drivers after the first race of the weekend. So let me clear the stage and bring out onto the podium the best female competitor in race number 1. Congratulations from GRS, Bianca Bustamante. Well done to Bianca, as we have Stefan Lehner from the Formula Winter Series organization to present the trophy to your best female racer in race number 1. Congrats to Bianca, as Daniel, our photographer, is on site, of course, just as well to grab a couple of pictures. And I'm just going to wait for another few seconds to have a quick word with Bianca after that first race here in Valencia. Are you not happy with me talking to you, Bianca?
I am. Yeah. Tough race. It wasn't easy with all the safety cars and the qualifying from this morning, but just working on it.
Sometimes it's a bit frustrating, isn't it? But it's part of the learning as well, the safety cars, red flag procedures, the lot.
Yeah, I mean, racing with 40 cars is quite a lot, something that I'm not really used to, but we came here to learn, and I think we're just trying to chip away every chance we get.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Bianca Bustamante. So, coming up next is our rookie podium, mentioned earlier on by Adam in commentary just as well. 3 rookie drivers on the podium, and in 3rd place it is Nathan Tye. Congratulations! Nathan racing for Campos for the first time this weekend, and immediately he made it onto the podium. In 2nd place for MP Motorsport, it's Lucas Fluscher. And your rookie winner for MP Motorsport as well, Maciej Guardisz. So here we have the presentation of the trophies. Let's welcome Jacob from the Hankook Tire Department, of course our tire partner for Formula Winter Series. He presents the 3rd place trophy to 3rd place driver Nathan Tye after his successful championship debut. Robin Selberg, promoter of the Formula Winter Series, with the trophy for our 2nd place driver Lucas Fluscher, and Stefan Lehner from the organization team of Formula Winter Series out there on the podium just as well for the presentation of the trophies. And as soon as we are done in terms of photos, let's grab a word with our winners upstairs. I'm just going to wait for some of the pictures being taken and squeeze in. Let me have a quick word with Maciej, our rookie winner once again. Maciej, congratulations. A busy race today once again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good race. I mean, did a good start. Managed to overtake actually in the beginning. Then was safety car. Did an overtake on Mikko. Unfortunately, he crashed because it was just we didn't touch each other, but he went just in there, I think in the wall. Not sure. I hope so. He's fine, but still a good race. I mean, the pace was okay. Starting 5th for tomorrow, I think. So really happy and looking forward for tomorrow.
One more round of applause, please, from the pit lane for our podium finishers in rookie class, Nathan Tai, Lucas Fluscher, and your winner, Maciej Guadisz. So coming up now, of course, is our overall podium after race number 1 of the weekend in Formula Winter Series. First of all, let's welcome the winning team. It's Moises Martinez from Campos. Huge round of applause down there in the pit lane, as I'm sure for third place driver from MP Motorsport, Griffin Peebles. In second place for DriveX, Juan Cota. And your winner for the second time this season for Campos, it's Andres Cardenas. Well done to Andres and his team. So let's listen to the national anthem of Peru for the winning driver. Well done, big round of applause to your winner, Andres Cardenas, victorious in race number 1 of the weekend. So let's start with the presentation of the trophies. Stefan Lehner out there to present the trophy to our winning driver. Robin Silberg is there as well. And we've also got Andres Mendes for the Spanish Formula 4 organization, and Jacob from our tire partner Hankook to present the team trophy just as well. So, big round of applause once again. Our top 4 guys on the podium. Campos Racing, the winning team. Griffin Peebles, Juan Cota, and your winner is Andres Cardenas for the second time this season in Formula Winter Series. Of course, we saw the opening round just a week ago in Jerez and are now back for the second set of races this weekend in glorious sunshine in Valencia. Smiling faces on the podium and in the pits just as well. I'm just waiting for some more photos being taken down there, and then let me speak to, oh, they're all fleeing. Hang on, guys. Juan, let me grab a quick word with you in second place. And of course, yeah, Griffin, you can stay as well, of course. And if you want, I mean, you've been interviewed downstairs already, but right. Juan, congratulations. It's another podium for you in Formula Winter Series, but a very busy race, I reckon, for you.
Yeah, well, we have a little bit unlucky because of the safety car and also the red flag. I think the first lap we managed to get P2, we started P4, so that was very good. And also, as I said before, we're very unlucky because we find a good pace on the first lap, and also on the end of the race we have a very, very good pace. I have the best lap of the race, so well, tomorrow we start on pole. Yeah, it feels good and got motivated for tomorrow that we are going to try to do the victory.
Juan, thank you very much, and best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Griffin in P3 in the end of the race. Tough one, I guess, with all the safety cars and stoppages. It's so difficult. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, in my opinion, we had a bit of a bad start. Juan got us on the start, but we had very good pace. We kept up with the top 2, and after the first safety car restart, I had a good start, and we were really close to him, and I could have made a move. And then we had another safety car like half a lap later, and then on that restart, I went down inside into turn 2, and I thought I made the move stick, but he just held it around the outside. And later on, I was keeping up with them. I made a very good lap for tomorrow's race 2, so I think I'm starting the front row or very close to the top. So tomorrow I'm going to give everything for the victory.
Griffin Peebles, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And enjoy the rest of the day. As of course will we. We've got another very busy schedule lined up for you this afternoon. Of course, there is the GT Winter Series, the championship that made the GEDLICH and Winter Series package famous across Europe. That's going to round out the day. Later on, we've got TCR Spain Spain for the second time on our support bill later on today. But up next is GT4 Winter Series, which has been incredibly competitive, incredibly exciting. Last time out in Jerez under very difficult weather conditions. These are definitely not going to be affected today. It's glorious weather, blue skies and sunshine. It's all set for race number 1 of the GT4 Winter Series, brought to you live from Valencia.
Welcome down to the grid, everyone. GT4 Winter Series getting ready to go. Just over there, you can see our cars coming out on to pit lane, getting ready to go for the first race of the weekend. Some new cars to the series this time. There goes the number 66 ME Motorsport. New faces for us this time. Great to have them here with us. Just ahead of them, the other ME Motorsport car comes out. Forsetti Motorsport have bought 2 cars with them this time. There goes the 19 car. Here comes the 7 car. Matt George is going to be in that car. GT racer himself is Matt George, an experienced one as well. Successful is Matt George. Great to have him here with us. It's been a couple of years though since he's been in an Aston Martin GT, speaking to the team, so he's going to have to get himself back up to speed, but Matt George no doubt will be back up to speed in no time. And Forsetti guys, for them, great to have 2 cars out there, and they fill the front 2 rows on the outside of the grid. Welcome down to the grid though. As I said, GT4 Winter Series, we're in round number 4 now. We officially begin the second half of the season. This race 1 of 3 of the weekend. Beautiful conditions. I think we've been given enough of difficult conditions so far this season. It is the GT4 Winter Series after all though. Plenty of fans up with us this weekend as well here in Valencia. All the way down the start-finish straight. We've got plenty with us. I hope you're all enjoying the action so far. GT4 Winter Series Race 1 getting ready to go. We just had the Formula Winter Series on track. 38 single-seater cars blasting round. Now it's time for GT4 Winter Series, who never seem to let us down. We had a 6-way fight for the lead last time out, where the guys were on slick tyres in the rain. Here we can see the long run, the long start finish straight. They're going to come out of that final corner, Johnny, get into formation, and then make the long run down this start finish straight. Who is going to be in the lead by the time we reach the end of it? It could be any one of those top 4, I'd say. Let's step back behind the start finish line. This is it here. They'll cross this start-finish line, head down. By the time we get to the end of that, any one of those top 4, I'd say, could be in the lead. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Let's come round to the front of the grid and await our pole sitters. Elite Motorsport are going to be starting at the front of the grid. Dean McDonald is here working with the, are you with the Elite guys this weekend? Great to have you here with us this weekend. You're here working with, are you with the Elite guys this weekend?
Yeah, with Elite this weekend, yeah, going well, so best place to be, so we try and stay there.
GT racer yourself will just step over onto the grass for this. So GT racer, of course, yourself, how's it to be back in the paddock?
Yeah, it's good. It's been a long winter, hasn't it? So we've not done much racing, well, myself anyway. So it's nice to be back, to get back into the way of things. So get the whole competition bit going again. It's nice.
What about this circuit? What challenges does it present for these guys?
Well, this one's only 30 minutes, so this one shouldn't be too bad for us. Obviously quite hot, so we're going to have to be a little bit careful with tyre dig and not push too hard at the start. But I'm sure you'll manage it. It'll be fine.
Great to have you here with us, Dean McDonald there. Good to have him here with us, and good to have Elite Motorsport here with us. And Tom Leben is in the car ready to go. Tom, you took the car to victory last time out, first victory of the season, and you're not in a bad position to make that 2 now. This a long run down the start finish straight, isn't it? Got to be one of the longest I think we've ever taken on. Got your eyes on taking that lead down to turn 1?
I'm going to do my best. We might struggle a little bit, but I'm going to do my utmost best to hold the lead and try to control the race, really.
And what about the McLaren, the car? Do you think this is a track that suits it in certain areas?
Well, we're on pole, so clearly, yeah, it's going well. So far, it's going pretty good.
Good stuff. Thanks very much, Tom. Yeah, I guess that does answer the question, doesn't it? But there we go. Tom Levin does his talking on the track. Let's go over to Forsetti next along. Just keep an eye on the boards before we do that. Jamie Day has the door open, which means Mikey Porter is aboard. Who is being spoken to by race director, so we'll speak to Jamie while that's happening. This is going well so far, isn't it? Pole position once again. That's quite a few in a row. That's going to be about 6 in a row, I think.
Not quite, but
yeah, it's a good run you guys are having, though. You can't keep you guys away from pole position.
Yeah, it's been going well. Obviously, we're again on the front row, so just hoping for a nice.
Well, second today, but yeah.
Yeah, just main thing, just keep hoping for a nice clean result, and yeah, just come away with some nice points.
Good stuff. Well, let's speak to Mikey Porter, who is on second place. Sorry, Elite Motorsport. Mikey, second place for you guys. So outside line going down to the first corner. What do we reckon for this one?
Yeah, same as always. Try and get the best result, which is always first. Yeah, starting on the outside, just got to see how it plays out with the Elite next to us. But yeah, hoping for another good result. You know, being consistent is always key.
Good stuff. Best of luck to these guys. I want to go and speak to Matt George next, who starts 4th place. Great to have him back racing in the GT cars. It's been a while, I think, since he's been out in Aston Martin. So, Matt George, great to have you. We spoke to you on the grid last time in pretty dire conditions, to be fair. How's it to be in the car this time?
Yeah, not too bad. Nice to see you from this seat. It's a lot warmer, a lot less wet. So, yeah, pretty happy so far.
It's been a little while, I think, since you've been in one of these cars. Tell us, how long's it been exactly?
A couple of years. First set of new tyres was in qualifying, and yeah, it's been new. I'm not in the fastest car on the grid. I know that for a fact. We're struggling a little bit this weekend with this particular car, but you know the team are doing the best they can to get something good underneath me, and hopefully we can make the race spicy.
Good stuff. Best of luck. Great to have 2 Forsetti cars out there. So we got our championship leaders starting second on the grid. 4 wins for them. First win for our pole sitters last time out, looking to make it 2. Then we come to our new entry this time, as they said, looking to make it quite spicy. Schnitzelbaum are next. 2 wins for these guys so far this season, and they are right up there. Second place in the championship. We'll grab one very quick word. Going well so far this season, second in the championship. Reckon we can take some points out of the championship leaders?
I hope so. This weekend seems pretty good. The qualifying was just a bit unlucky with all the gravel on track, but now I think I can show my real speed.
Pace-wise, you think this car, you reckon this is a track that suits you car-wise?
I definitely think it suits the McLaren, but you know, I'll just do the best out of it and try still getting the victory, right?
Good stuff. Best of luck. We are beginning to clear the grid, so we're not going to walk much further up, Johnny. Here we can see the lovely Toyota Supra. I don't know if we have time to speak to these guys. I'd like to try to, if I can. The Nigel Greensell Motorsport. Hello, guys. I'm going to dip the microphone in. Great to have you guys with us. How is it driving the Toyota around here?
Oh, it's fantastic. First time here, and I've seen this place on TV watching Valentino Rossi race MotoGP for years, so I've always been looking forward to coming here, so it's great fun.
It's really great to have you here. Nigel Greensell and Harry Barton are going to be in that car this weekend. Emmy Motorsport are alongside. Nigel's going to be starting the race for them this weekend. There's a good look down the grid. 1 minute to go. Johnny, we'll leave you with a look down the grid. A very quick break, and then we're going to go straight to Adam Weller.
So then the time for talking is done. The time for racing is just a couple of minutes away for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series, where the racing has been absolutely incredible on multiple occasions. We've got 3 manufacturers in the top 3, 4 manufacturers in the top 5. And it is Tom Leben in that McLaren Artura that will lead them away for Elite Motorsport. Fassetti's Mikey Porter will drive both cars this weekend. He starts race 1 in the 19 from 2nd place. Joel Mesh is next in the 11 alongside Matt George in at the number 7. Nigel Greensall in the Team Barton Racing Supra. Great to have them on board. They start from Pro-Am pole and 5th overall. Watch out for Nigel. There's nothing he can't pedal. Linus Hana is next in the number 33 BMW M4 GT4. So 2 Pro-Am cars there on that row and a further 2 on row number 4. Charles Dawson in the 85. Marcus Ichel is next. Then it's Max Huber and Alberto Di Martin in 9th and 10th. Mikael Sander and Christian Cohen in 11th and 12th. 13th and 14th place, Franz Linden and the returning Under Erdem. Good to see him for the first time since Estoril. Willi Kuna taking over the number 110 car for this race. Of course, Enrico Federer, his co-driver there. And we'll see how Willi does in this race. Tom Leben starting from pole position. Then Leben, of course, was joined by a second Elite Motorsport car. The Meekin and Tom Leben car had a second a teammate last time out. This time, it's Fassetti Motorsport who have brought a second car out to the fray as well. So the numbers increasing from some of the teams on this grid. So exciting to once again welcome some new cars in there. The 2 ME Motorsport machines, of course, the Toyota Supra making its first appearance in the GT4 Winter Series with Team Barton, with Nigel Greensall, and of course the eponymous Harry Barton, the historic racer delving into the world of modern competition. Greensall, meanwhile, has driven everything from Formula 1 cars to 60s GTs to Fun Cup machinery, just about anything, with roof or without, for Greensall. Very surprised to hear it's his first appearance at Valencia. Tom Leben will be starting then from pole position. Mikey Porter on the outside of that front row. Mesh and George on row 2. Matt George will be looking to try and play rear gunner here, help Mikey Porter along if he possibly can. The car pulls in, the safety car has vacated, which leaves nothing but GTs as we get ready for GT4 Winter Series race number 1 of the weekend. We are racing, and it looks like a great start from Porter. Looks like he's ahead as they run down to the first corner. Yes, he is. Porter folds in to the inside line. He leads into turn 1, 2nd place. Joel Mesh, Leben and George side by side. The 2 ME Motorsport BMWs go bouncing across the curbs on the outside of turn 1. George trying to go around the outside. Matt George not quite able to find his way past Tom Leben. It is Mikey Porter then that leads the way in the Fassetti Motorsport car. He might not have had pole position at the start of this race, but he's very quickly inherited the lead. Joel Mesh in 2nd place, then it is Leben, then it's Matt George. 5th place is, I think, Linus Hana in the first of the 2 ME Motorsport machines. Linus Hana will be one to watch in this race as well. Oh, and Nigel Greensall diving up the inside of the 33 car. So that was Linus Hana behind Marcus Ichler. And now Nigel Greensall has gotten past him as well. So that Pro-Am battle looking very feisty. Greensall lost a place or 2 there early doors, but is back up into 6th overall. 2nd in Pro-Am, Charles Dawson, just behind the 2nd of the 2 ME Motorsport BMWs then, as they work their way through the middle sector of the first lap of this race. It will be 30 minutes of racing, no +1 lap in this one, so the second that clock hits 0, we are on the final lap. The NM Racing team cars are together, as they often are. side by side for the AM class lead momentarily there. Max Huber behind Alberto Di Martin as they go well off the circuit coming out of the final corner. It's turn 1, turn 6 and turn 14 that seem to have been the main points of contention in regard to track limits so far this weekend. So drivers need to be careful at those corners. Joel Mesh will be throwing all care and caution to the wind as he pursues Mikey Porter. Joel Mesh, who I spoke to earlier in the week, has we'll come back to that in a minute because the AM battle is getting very close. Great dive there from Di Martin, I think that was, just trying to fire back on Max Huber. But let's see what order they've come out in. Hopefully they are both still there. Thankfully, yes, they are. And that does look like it was the number 15 ahead still. Yes, Alberto Di Martin is still there in the AM lead. But Joel Mesh at the second position overall in this race in the Pro class. Second in the championship as well to Porter and Day. And I was speaking to him, I said, you know, how are you feeling coming into Valencia? He said, well, I'm feeling like I need to score a load of points after Jerez, which didn't really go his way. So the field makes its way through the long sweeping turn 13. And for the final corner, the Adrian Campos corner, named after the late Adrian Campos Sr. Fitting that the earlier Formula race then had a Campos car at the front of the order. Your order after just under 4 minutes of this race is Mikey Porter in the lead, then it's Mesh, then Leben, then Matt George. Marcus Ichler is next in 5th place. Nigel Greensalt, 6th place and 2nd in Pro-Am. This, though, is the AM class battle. Di Martin and Max Huber being followed by Under Erdem. Then the Cayman Trophy cars are just behind as well. So the Caymans and the AM cars seem to be much of a muchness at the moment. Franz Linden running second in Cayman Trophy. Good to welcome him back again for his second weekend in car racing after a long time doing track days with GEDLICH Racing Endless Summer Track Day events. And near contact there as Tom Leben continues to harangue the rear of Joel Mesh in the 11. It's Mesh who would rather be on the offensive here, but instead, Tom Leben is making life difficult for him, and of course, neither of them can focus too hard on each other because that Forsetti rear gunner of Matt George is right there with him. Yes, he hasn't driven an Aston Martin in a couple of years, Matt George. He wouldn't be the first one to tell you this because he's very shy and understated, but he is the British Endurance Championship GT4 champion from last year, albeit in a Mercedes. Very, very handy driver, Matt George. And certainly, when he appeared on the entry list early in the week, or late in the week actually, it must be said, I think a lot of eyebrows raised and a lot of drivers started cracking their knuckles. He sits there in 4th place for now. Mikey Porter then emerges out of turn 3 with less than a second over Joel Mesh. The 15 and the 10 car. Max Huber having a look to the inside. He's got it done, but Alberto Di Martin sneaks back by and says absolutely no extra track space given. Don't care if you're my teammate. I want this AM lead. Carries on in 9th overall AM class leader. The NM Racing team cars have often been at very close quarters. The intra-team respect is definitely there. However, they definitely pushed the limits, and I can see a little bit of damage on Max Huber's car. I can see a little bit of damage to the front of Alberto Di Martin's as well. So I suspect those two incidents, those two wounds might be related in some capacity as these two continue to race. Of course, Neil Montzer, at the team boss, will be hopping into that 15 car of Alberto Di Martin in the endurance race as well. So he's got to put aside his driver helmet at this point and put the team headset on and say, Right, just keep it steady, guys. I don't mind if it's my car that wins or not, but let's make sure they're both there at the end. Max Huber to the outside line through turn 13. And much later on the brakes, going into the final corner 14. Track limits warning flag has been given to Max Huber, and exits of final corner like that are probably the reason why. Can't get too many warnings, you will eventually get into more trouble. Nigel Greensall there, we have the picture-in-picture there as he continues to follow Marcus Eckler, but it's side by side again as Huber just speculatively looks to the inside there of the number 15 car of Alberto Di Martini. That's not speculative, that's aggressive. Up the inside he goes, and Under Erdem follows as well. Alberto Di Martini may lose 2 for 1 here. Under Erdem through into second in the AM class in the Razoon BMW. Under Erdem, who we haven't seen since Estoril at the very start of the season, he moves himself up then into second in class, and now Mikael Sander says, well, I'll have a go at that too. He's the Cayman Trophy class leader, so he's leading Caymans just from Franz Linden, who sits behind him. But overall position may be a little bit tempting for Mikael Sander. We'll see whether he makes any inroads. So the battle, the cast of characters in the AM battle has changed. Pro-Am 3rd and 4th looking close there as well. Linus Hane and Charles Dawson. Hane in one of the 2 ME Motorsport cars. Linus has been driving in the Tourenwagen Junior Cup Championship in Germany. Nigel Greensall getting ever closer to the rear of Marcus Eckler here. They run towards the first corner, and that Supra obviously looks somewhat diminutive compared to the big M4. Looking to the inside here at the second corner. Greensall, has he made the move stick? It's probably still there, the big BMW on the inside. Who's going to have the nose into turn 4? It is the BMW. Marcus Eckler just about holding off Nigel Greensall for the time being. Greensall certainly having to fight hard here to try and find his way through. Marcus Eckler not going to let this one go easily at all. Eckler has some experience in GT4s, this one specifically in the ME Motorsport fold in the GTC category over in Germany. So the 66 and the 166, your main combatants in that battle for first and second in class. Meanwhile, at the sharp end of the order, Joel Mesh has certainly not given Mikey Porter any amount of reprieve. Porter, who will be racing in all 3 races this weekend. He'll be in the number 7 car for race number 2. He'll be swapping between the 2 Fassetti Motorsport cars in the endurance race. So he's got a pretty long weekend cut out for him. Nothing that a quick trip to Popeyes during the week won't fix, though. Leading the way by just on 0.6 of a second from Joel Mesh, who was in much the same position as Mikey Porter 12 months ago, making his first steps into GT4, and came out of the summer season in Germany as a champion in the GT60 category within the GT4 class. That early mileage in the GT4 Winter Series proving to be invaluable for Mesh. And I think Mikey Porter wants much the same for himself coming out of the GT4 Winter Series. If he can come out with some race wins and some championship potentially, that would obviously be a huge, huge plus as well. The 166 car of Nigel Greensall, the Barton Racing car. Oh, very ragged out of turn 6 there. Full commitment and then some, I would suggest. We've had a few third warnings delivered for track limits around the circuit, so a few drivers have to watch themselves. One of them is Marcus Eckler leading this Pro-Am class battle. And as these two get more and more ragged, I do get the feeling that the other ME Motorsport BMW of Linus Hane, as well as Charles Dawson, might get involved in this as well. There is the Pro-Am lead scrap then. Greensall, former Euroboss racer in a Benetton Formula One car, a former Le Mans racer, of course. Back to the days of the TVR Tuscans, he was racing them at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Very little that this man hasn't done over the years. Did north of 100 races last year, I understand. And has for decades now been one of the driver coaches for anyone looking to go racing in the UK. And that's exactly why he's here with Harry Barton. And we cut back to the Cayman lead, and that's very close. Franz Linden, quite impressive to see that he is as close to Mikael Sander as he is. Mikael Sander, a former GTWinterSeries champion, before the GT4 grid merged away or separated away from the main GTs. He was a champion at the end of the 2021-2022 season. Franz Linden, by contrast, has only ever raced with us once previously. He's only ever raced in general once previously, and that came at Portimao. He's done thousands of kilometers worth of mileage in a race car at the Endless Summer events, but racing is still very new to him, and with the help of Arne Hofmeister and Speedworks Automotive, he is really mounting a challenge on Mikael Sander in the Cayman Trophy class. That is very good to see. The AM battle has calmed down a little bit between Huber and Erdem. Meanwhile, the third place car in AM is, I think, the first one to get a time penalty. A 5-second penalty for the 15 car for track limits has appeared on my timing screen. So Alberto Di Martin has exceeded track limits one too many times. And the fact that so many are on third warnings right now, with 16 minutes of this race left to go, does rather make me wonder if we're going to see a few more of those before the end. Mikey Porter there in picture-in-picture, still with Joel Mesch's Mercedes-AMG GT4 headlights burning a hole through the rear window of the Vantage GT4. There's been a swap meanwhile for Pro-Am lead, so Greensall has gotten past Marcus Eckler. So Barton Racing to the front in Pro-Am. Nigel Greensall back to 5th overall then, where he started this race. Is that a tyre going down on the 66 car? Looked to me like Marcus Eckler's right rear looked a bit soft to me. Hopefully that's just a trick of a camera or something like that, but he's certainly under a bit of pressure here from his BMW cohort, Linus Hane. Hane just following the BMW, similarly liveried BMW through. Does look like that 66 car isn't as bad as I thought. It might be a bit low tyre pressure on the rear axle, but that might just be the setup as opposed to any problem. The two ME Motorsport cars now scrapping for this second place in class. Of course, that's exactly what Nigel Greensall wants, because that means he can disappear up the road. It's exactly what this man, Charles Dawson, wants as well. So he can get involved in the scrap too. That's a new chassis, incidentally, a new car, not just a new colour scheme on the 85 of Charles Dawson for CV Performance. The previous black and gold car is in the awning as Greensall looks like he's slowing there. He was slow through the first sector. He's been tagged by the ME Motorsport BMW. The 66 car of Marcus Eckler, that was that tagged him. That's brought Linus Hane into it as well. The BMWs are muscling the Supra. Greensall holds on. It looks as though he lost a good chunk of time though through turn 2 and turn 3. He was 1.5 seconds at the line and he lost all of that by the third corner of the lap. He did get tagged a little bit, but it does seem as though that car's up to speed again. Car 81. Oh, as Charles Dawson loses it. Charles Dawson in a spin in the 85 car. So Dawson just trying to get that car started again now. He goes through the gravel. He did that unsuccessfully at Estoril. This time it looks like it's working out and rejoins the race. Slightly more shallow gravel trap there on the inside of turn 8 and 9. But unfortunate to see him drop out of that Pro-Am lead scrap. There's Joel Mesh then. Still right on the back of Mikey Porter. They seem about equidistant, 5 to 6 tenths of a second between them. Equally small gap between Greensall and Hana in the Pro-Am battle. So many different things going on around this circuit right now. There is Greensall again, just squaring off the exit of the corner nicely there, giving himself a car length or two to work with as they run into turn 4. Your order then, with just over a dozen minutes of this race to go, is Porter leading by 0.5 of a second from Joel Mesh in the Schnitzelau Mercedes. Then it's Elite Motorsports' Tom Leben in 3rd. 4th place for Matt George, keeping a watching brief in the Fassetti Motorsport number 7. Nigel Greensall we see on screen here in 5th place with the 2 Emmy Motorsport BMWs of Linus Hana and Markus Eckler just behind him. NM Racing's Max Huber increasingly uncontested for the AM class lead as he builds a gap over Under Erdem. Charles Dawson, of course, recovering from that spin we saw a few moments ago in 9th overall. And Alberto Di Martin is next, 10th overall for Dawson, 11th overall for Alberto Di Martin, because Sanders still leading in the Cayman Trophy class. Under Erdem, incidentally, has just received a 5-second penalty for track limits, so another 5-second penalty to be added to the end of this race. I suspect we're going to see a few cars drop down the order within the next 11 minutes, or at the end of this race, courtesy of some penalties that may come over the next 11 minutes or so. Hopefully everyone minds their P's and Q's. Mikey Porter then continues to lead, the young Brit in the lead, and the slightly more refined Brit leading Pro-Am in the form of Nigel Greensall. Charles Dawson getting past Under Erdem. Not full class position, of course, but Charles Dawson back up into 9th place, recovering after that spin. Been impressed by his pace in the last couple of weekends. I think he's really got his footing back after a difficult weekend at Estoril. And some challenges at Portimao as well. And Joel Mesh, I think, is really closed in this time on Mikey Porter. Car 66, that's Markus Eckler, has gained a penalty for track limits as well, so the 66 car 5 times, it says, equals 5 seconds penalty. So 5 times, I think 5 warnings is what you get at an absolute max, and then you get the penalties rolling through. For Mikey Porter, he will have to worry about the penalties. He can't start disregarding the track limits at some of these corners where it's critical. But he has to worry a bit more about the green and black Mercedes behind him. Joel Mesh, so determined to get some points over Porter and Day. Believe that Porter is scoring points in this 19 car this weekend, so his championship points will be the concern of the number 19, the car we've seen all season. Porter, the young Ginetta Junior graduate who has made his first GT4 steps here in the GT4 Win Series, has come onto pace very quickly. Jamie Day, no small part of that effort to get Mikey up to speed. Same for Matt George as well, of course, who's been here all season as a coach, as a part of the team at Forsetti. He now sits there in 4th place, finally getting a chance to race in the series too. Joel Mesh flashing those headlights. get the feeling as over the course of the next 8 minutes, there might be another move or two up the sleeve of Joel Mesh. We know that he wants those points. We know that he wants to finish second, more so than not finishing, but outscoring Faceti Motorsports is exactly what he needs to do this weekend, and he knows it. The gap in the championship is some 27 points. So it's effectively a race win and a little bit of change between them. So 25 for first, 18 for second. So a 7-point swing either way does have a big effect on the championship. Joel Mesh would rather that 7-point swung in his direction. But he's got to get close enough to Mikey Porter, and he's got to do so without clocking up those warnings for track limits as well. Through the chicane then at turns 9 and 10, the S-bend. Turn 11 follows that. It's a very technical circuit, the circuit Ricardo Tormo. A lot of corners seem to blend seamlessly into each other, and of course 12 and 13, there's some nasty camber shifts and elevation shifts through that section that can send you out wide. You see how close to the gravel they come through 12 into 13. Mesh then puts the power down once more. And that was quite a generous use there of the painted stuff coming out of the final turn. Just trying to set himself up for a good run down the main straight. Of course, both cars powered more or less by the same 4-litre engine, with some modifications from Aston Martin in the Vantage. So there shouldn't be that much between them from a power standpoint, even if the balance of performance sends them in a slightly different direction. Joel Mesh just waiting for his opportunity. Will it come before the end of this race? Not if Mikey Porter continues as tidily as he is so far. It's a safe drive at the moment from Mikey Porter. He's done just about everything right since beating Tom Leben to the first corner at the beginning of this race. Leben wasn't as confident as some of those on the pre-grid around him that the McLaren would be the fastest car out there coming into the weekend. But he managed to get a really good time in quali. Of course, the mid-engine chassis dynamics should theoretically be a big boost to McLaren, as it is these mid-rear Porsche Caymans. The Cayman Trophy scrap still ongoing. Franz Linden still certainly keeping Mikael Sander awake as they run out of turn 6. We've had a few bulletins. We've had a couple of different bulletins saying that Alberto Di Martinez received the 5-second penalty. I think he might have received a multitude now of 5-second penalties. Meanwhile, the Joel Mesh car has received its third warning. So Joel Mesh's Schnitzelam Racing 11 has its third warning attributed to it, and we've seen that 5 times is typically where the penalties start to come. So Joel Mesh, who we just saw in the back of shot through 6, looking very close to the rear of Mikey Porter, will be heading down towards the all-important braking zone of turn 8 in just a few seconds. And I wonder if he's burnt off some of those track limits warnings, pushing it out to the ragged edge to try and chase Mikey Porter. There's Erdem second of the AMS. Mesh isn't quite as close as it looked like he was coming out of turns 5 into 6 a few corners ago, but certainly the Mercedes-AMG GT4 looks menacing. I dare suggest there's maybe 1 or 2 tenths more in that Mercedes under race conditions. Certainly Joel Mesh seemed to think he had a race car underneath him, not a qualifying car. He's got to be careful not to run that wide consistently. 3 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. That should just about make this the penultimate lap. That's going to be touch and go, actually, as Franz Linden once again has closed in on Mikael Sander. It's been fluctuating between about half a second and 2 seconds from lap to lap between the pair. And again, Linden coming on really well as a driver in racing conditions. I think that's the eternal frustration of a driver coach when you've got someone who's doing track days and you can tell they're good enough to go racing, but they just don't show the inclination or the interest. Thankfully for Arne Hofmeister, Franz was talked into it. Let's go racing, and go racing he has. And I can tell, speaking to him in the paddock early in the week, that the bug has bitten in a big way. As plans both in Germany and with us in the GTWinterSeries paddock going forward. Joel Mesh, with 2 minutes left to go, if he has any plans to find a way past Porter, he's going to have to start using them pretty soon. The clock will hit the 1 minute 40 mark just as they come out to the last corner. The best lap of the race is a 1:39, mid 1:39. 39.6s, 39.7s, about the quickest pace we've seen. So this will be the final lap of the race. They start this time, so it'll be one lap between Mikey Porter and victory. One lap for Joel Mesh to spoil the party at Fossetti. Mikey Porter is yet to claim a race win in a solo sprint race. He's won as co-driver alongside Jamie, but Jamie Day will be willing on Mikey Porter. Those two working hard together. Mikey Porter is our race leader right now. Into turn 4 then for the final time. Mesh will be hoping, waiting, seeking any way that inside line comes available to him, any way that he can just find that car length or two that he's missing there in second place. The Schnitzelbaum team have received a good amount of exposure from that rear view camera of Mikey Porter, but it's not the kind of exposure they want. They want to be ahead of the number 19. Just 4 more corners to go as they run through turn 11. Wind the power back up. Be careful not to tempt it too far onto that runoff onto that gravel as they run through 11. 12 and 13 is next. We've had another penalty come through, this time for Charles Dawson. We'll watch how that timing screen ping-pongs as they finish this race. But none of that's going to be a concern for Mikey Porter. He comes past the start-finish line with the headlights flashing. It's a victory for Mikey Porter in the GT4 Winter Series. Fossetti have done it again, and for the first time, Mikey has done it all by himself. Joel Mesh taking second place, fought him every inch of the way. Leben and Matt George come home third and fourth place, and it will be Nigel Greensall on Team Barton Racing's first appearance in GT4 Winter Series that takes the Pro-Am win, despite the intense efforts of Linus Hahn and indeed Marcus Ickler over the course of that race. The 2 ME Motorsport cars will round out the Pro-Am podium. Am Class win should go to Max Huber. I don't think he's got any penalties hanging over his head. He's crossed the line to finish 8th place alongside Charles Dawson. And in the Cayman Trophy class, as you can see on screen, Mikael Sander is just about going to do enough here. Franz Linden has more than proven his point, though, that he can chase down someone with as much racing experience as Sander. It will be Sander that wins in the Cayman Trophy. Christian Cohen will be 14th place. Sur Grensport on their first appearance in the GT4 Winter Series. Willi Kuhne will round out the finishing order. Cohen not quite on the level of some of the other GT4s just yet, but we'll see how he evolves. I think Christian fairly new to this this car, and Tim Peters alongside him, who has raced a lot in Belgian national competition, including the Fun Cup Series. He'll be in the car a little later on in the weekend. So, plaudits and congratulations to Mikey Porter, who claims the race win for Forseti Motorsport in the first race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. Joel Mesh takes second place ahead of Tom Leben. Then it's Matt George in fourth place. Nigel Greensall takes a win for the Team Barton Racing squad in fifth place. Linus Hana is next, ahead of Marcus Ekler in second and third in the Pro-Am class for ME Motorsport. Max Huber, eighth, ahead of Charles Dawson, recovering from that spin. Hunde Erdem is next in 10th place, ahead of Alberto Di Martin. Despite his various penalties, Di Martin was 11th across the line, but I think he's retroactively been bumped down to 13th place because of the time penalties. Mikael Sander is next in 12th place, Franz Linden in 13th, and Christian Cohen in 14th place. Willi Kuhne, your only other finisher, in P15. Just studying the rest of the timing screen in regard to penalties. I've noted that Di Martin has dropped to 15th in the last 13th in the last few seconds, but other than that, I think just about everybody else is where we would have expected them to be based on where they crossed the line. But certainly line crossing has been a hot button topic today here at Valencia. The track limits have been catching out a few. Mikey Porter, though, not putting a foot wrong in that race. And of course we get the interesting element now of watching how he performs in race 2 in the other car, which was driven by Matt George, of course. Matt George, who's there congratulating Mikey Porter as we speak. Tom Leben might feel a little bit aggrieved that he was driven away from in that race after starting on pole position, but third place, still a good reward for Elite Motorsport. And I understand Chris is going to be ready to go. Yes, he is. He's there with Mikey Porter. So let's go down that.
Cheers, Adam. Yes, I'm down here with winners for Forseti Motorsport and the man that was in the car, Mikey Porter. Mikey, that's now 5 wins for the season for you guys and a further increase in your championship lead. First of all, tell us your reactions. How did it feel to cross the start-finish line and add another win for the season?
Yeah, it's great. Always good to pick up another win, my first win for the team individually. So yeah, just a great feeling, and yeah, can't thank the team enough.
It wasn't made easy for you as well. Tell us how it was having that constant pressure from Joel Mesh behind.
Yeah, obviously it's not easy for a whole half an hour having someone right on your bumper, but yeah, fair play to him. He stuck with me and kept putting the pressure on me.
And a great start as well, managing to pick up the lead pretty much straight away. You timed the start straight away and then took advantage of a really good start. Talk us through the start from your perspective.
Yeah, obviously it's just you have to react as quick as you can, and I got the better run into turn 1 and came up, cut across the inside, and yeah, ended up first for the rest of the race.
And we understand now you've got a really busy weekend ahead, of course. You've got 2 cars. Matt George here with you, who was straight away over to congratulate you. Looking forward now to being back in for more tomorrow?
Yeah, yeah, obviously in the 7 car first thing tomorrow morning. And yeah, it's just always great to drive 2 cars, get as much track time as I can, really.
Well, congratulations on your first individual win. We'll see you up on the podium.
Cheers.
Good stuff. Well, that's Mikey Porter getting his first individual win, as he mentioned, and that's a 5th win now for the number 19 car, which you're looking at behind me. Forseti Motorsport Championship leaders as they move further forward in that championship lead. Podium is getting ready up behind me. There you can see several of the drivers just getting ready to go for that. For now, though, we're going to go back up to Adam Weller in commentary.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to hear from Mikey Porter. As he said, first time winning solo in the GT4 Winter Series. And great to see him having a congratulatory hug, getting his plaudits from the team. And I understand we can now take a look back at some of the race that was. So then it is Porter from not pole position, but second place as they ran down to the first corner. May as well have been pole, though. Brilliant start down into the first turn. The first of the elite McLarens, or the only elite McLaren this weekend, losing out towards the first turn, dropping to third place. Some battles among the Pro-Ams and indeed the AMs. The NM Racing team, Mercedes-AMGs, getting into it with one another. Tom Leben briefly looked like he could have an answer to Joel Mesh, but Mesh would ultimately break away with Mikey Porter, and that would become a battle for the lead. Some great stuff between Di Martin and Huber, though, in the AM class fight. Of course, this scrapping, as fun as it was to watch, did bring Under Erdem into proceedings. So as Max Huber dove to the inside of Alberto Di Martin, Under Erdem saw it fit for him to have a go as well. Got to the inside line, a little bit of a tap, and was briefly second in AM, but ultimately did finish second in AM, but at one time was back to third. Bit of yo-yoing between the NM cars and the big Razoon BMW. Nigel Greensaw, meanwhile, having started from the Pro-Am pole, had to work his way back past the ME Motorsport number 66 of Marcus Eckler, something he did achieve, but of course it got very physical and very close between the two ME BMs and the Supra at a couple of points in the race, particularly here with a little bit of a tag to the rear of the Toyota. But the Team Barton Racing crew will have their heads held up sky high after that first race, and certainly there'll be a knowing nod as Nigel Greensaw hands that car over to Harry Barton. Charles Dawson unfortunately had to recover from a spin, as we saw there, and still managed to get across the line in 9th overall. But for Jamie Day, he will be proud, as will the entire Fassetti Motorsport team. Mikey Porter claiming that first win for himself individually within the GT4 Winter Series in one of the 30-minute sprints. Of course, Mikey and Jamie have worked together to win an endurance race on a couple of occasions, but this is their first time sweeping a solo race with Mikey at the helm. Race win number 5, as they alluded to down there. First win of the season came at the first race at Estoril, and that was the first ever win for the newly founded Fassetti team. 2 wins at Portimao, 1 win at Jerez. 5 wins makes them, again, comfortable championship leaders. That gap will be out to 34 points by my estimation coming out of this race. So Joel Mesh and Marcel Marshavix will need to rally. Of course, Marshavix wasn't in the first weekend of the season. He was unfortunately not able to take part due to travel issues. So Joel Mesh stands alone second in the championship as the hope for Schnitzelbaum to try and fight for this GT4 Winter Series title, the inaugural GT4 Winter Series. We've got SRO presence in the paddock this weekend. It is an official SRO licensed series run here by GEDLICH Racing on the Winter Series weekends. And for the teams, for the drivers, certainly being an inaugural champion is something that is always of immense interest. That first page on the history book is often the one that's turned the most after all. So it'll be Porter, Mesh and Leben on the pro podium. Greensaw, of course, to the top step on his first attempt here at Valencia. I still can't get over the fact that Nigel Greensaw has never driven here before under racing conditions. I almost want to go back on the history books and fact check that, because Nigel has the vibe of someone who has been absolutely everywhere. But he says it, so I believe him. Nigel with a fabulous racing background, and he and Team Barton Racing will now be preparing Harry Barton for his race tomorrow. Of course, it will be a 30-minute sprint and a 60-minute enduro for the drivers on Sunday in the GT4 Winter Series. Certainly not the last of the GT racing, though, for this weekend. We will see the GT Winter Series, of course, out on 3 occasions this weekend too. We'll see them out once today. So if you're there for the GT3 cars, then make sure you stay on till the end of the day. We've also got some fabulous TCR pre-season action to come in a few moments' time as well, after the podium celebrations for the GT4 Winter Series. And speaking to Under Erdem, he's delighted to be back in the paddock after having to miss a couple of events. I think he's shuffling his Rolodex, his calendar around a little bit at the moment to make sure he can come and play with the GT4 Winter Series grid again before the end of the year, and certainly a second in the AM class and a great battle with the two NM Racing Mercedes AMGs will only strengthen that desire to get back out there again. Of course, two very exciting circuits remain on the calendar once we leave Valencia. That is Aragon and Barcelona. They've still got an entire day of racing to come here, of course, at the circuit. Ricardo Tormo. You see the TCR cars there making their way out to the grid. We'll switch focus to them, of course, after the podiums. But 4 podiums to bring you from the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, the 3 driver categorizations, the Pro, the Pro-Am and the Am, as well as the Cayman Trophy guys. The SR Motorsport team with a bit of competition. Speedworks Automotive, Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister, of course, all there and ready to get involved as well. Absolutely wonderful conditions have been afforded to us on this Saturday. There was a little bit of rain in the air, I think, on Friday morning, which of course immediately meant that the paddock turned to myself, to Chris McCarthy, to alphalive and said, why have you British people brought the rain again? Thankfully, though, we've managed to absolve ourselves and the weather has taken a turn for the good on this Saturday afternoon. I understand Chris is downstairs. He might have grabbed himself another interview. Let's go down.
Yes, thanks, Adam. I'm down with James Smith, Mikey's manager. James, well, you've got yourself in a bit of a pickle here, despite that we're celebrating, because now that Mikey's got his first ever GT4 win, I understand you're gonna have to add a tattoo to yourself.
Unfortunately, it was a bit of an agreement we had a couple of weeks ago. It was for him and Jamie if they won British GT, but somehow it managed to be revoked for this race.
And it's going to be Mikey's choice, right?
Sounds that way, yeah.
What do you think he's going to go for?
I wouldn't even like to guess, to be honest with you. It won't be good, whatever it is.
Well, that aside, how proud are you of him?
I am. I've worked with him for the last 4 years now, and that's been a long time coming with the work he puts into it.
Yeah. Well, we'll go back up to the guys, but there you go, Adam. We've got a first win for Mikey and a tattoo for James.
Mikey Porter leaving his mark then in more ways than one. That's going to be a compelling story. Let's hope that's done by Aragon, so we can have a look at what the end result is of a teenager deciding what a grown man puts onto his body in the form of tattoos. It can only go brilliantly, I'm sure. Mikey Porter then excited to make that decision, I'm sure. He'll be excited to step on the podium too. Lucas Gajewski's waiting. Let's go down there.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Adam Weller. It's time for the second podium of the day and the first one for the GT4 Winter Series. And you can be excited. There is a very, very, very special story coming up in a minute about our winners for Forseti Motorsport. So let's call our winners onto the stage, and we start, of course, with Pro Class in GT4 Winter Series. And in third place for Elite Motorsport is Tom Leben. In second place for Schnitzelalm, Joel Mesh. And your winner for the first time in GT4 Winter Series for Forseti Motorsport, Mikey Porter. Well done to Mikey. So here we have the presentation of the trophies. Markus Gedlich, Jan Jörge and the GEDLICH Racing organization presenting the trophies to our 3 winning drivers on the top steps of the podium. Tom Leben in third, Joel Mesh in second, and your winner for the first time as far as the single driver race is concerned, Mikey Porter for Forseti Motorsport. one very interesting story surrounding Fossetti Motorsport, so I'm quite desperate to hear from Mikey in a minute. I'm just waiting for some of the pictures being taken, and then we need to speak to Mikey, because Mikey, first of all, congratulations from my end as well for winning for the first time in a single race in GT4 Winter Series. However, we need to speak about James, who is your engineer, I believe.
Yeah, he promised me if I won, he'd get a tattoo of anything I wanted, really, anywhere. So,
so have you decided on the motive and on the body part?
I'm not too sure yet. I've got to have a think, do some research. But yeah, he's definitely getting one.
Any ideas yet?
Maybe a picture of my face or something.
If we meet again on the podium this weekend, and I'm sure we will, I need an answer from you. Is that okay?
Yeah, no worries.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Your top three in pro class. Tom Leben, Joel Mesh, and Mikey Porter. Thank you very much. So, coming up next is our podium in Pro-Am class. So please welcome, in third place for ME Motorsports, Markus Eichele. In second place for ME Motorsport just as well, Linus Hane. His first time on the podium in GT4 Winter Series. Same applies to the winner for the first time on the grid, for the first time on the highest podium for Team Barton Racing, Nigel Greensall. Well done, Nigel. Congratulations to you and, of course, to the entire Team Barton Racing squad. What a fabulous way to start their campaign in GT4 Winter Series, as our GT4 Winter Series organization is on the podium once again to present the trophies to our winners. And as we already hear the TCR Spain cars making their way onto the grid, we will skip the interviews and, of course, try our best to give you the quotes of our winners next time out. First of all, can we please have another big round of applause to the top three in Pro-Am class, Markus Eichele, Linus Hane, and your winner, Nigel Greensall. Thank you very much, guys. Well done. And we are very happy to see you back on the circuit tomorrow for the second set of races here in Valencia. Right, the M class is next with our third place driver starting to be on the podium. Please welcome in third place for NM Racing, Alberto De Martin. In second place for Resoon More Than Racing, it's Under Erdem. And your winner in M class for the second time in a row for NM Racing, it's Max Huber. Congratulations to Max, climbing onto the highest podium for the second consecutive time. Winner last time out a week ago in Jerez, and another win for him in race one here in Valencia, as the GT Winter Series organization are presenting the trophies to our top three drivers in AM class. And of course, then we're going to wait for a couple of seconds to get the photos and the pictures being taken by Daniel, our championship photographer, up here on the podium, and of course downstairs and on the opposite side of the pit lane just as well. Big round of applause once again. Alberto De Martin in third, Under Erdem in second, and your winner, Max Huber. Thank you very much. One podium is left to go, which is our Cayman Trophy class podium. So please welcome in third place for SR Motorsport, Willi Kuhne. In second place for Speedworks, it's Franz Linden. And your winner, once again for SR Motorsport, is Michael Sander. Congratulations. Well done to Michael. Another win here in Valencia as our GEDLICH Racing organization team presents that set of trophies just as well to our top three finishers in Cayman Trophy. Another great race there for Michael Sander, who will of course be sharing the car over the course of the weekend. And then we'll have him back in the cockpit tomorrow afternoon for the endurance race to round off the racing action in GT4 Winter Series. More is to come tomorrow from GT4 Winter Series. First of all, can we please have another big round of applause for the top 3 finishers in Cayman Trophy, Willi Kühne, Franz Linden, and your winner, Michael Sander. Thank you very much. And of course, we head straight down to our next grid of the day. We are very happy to have the TCR Spain joining us for their pre-season event for the second time in GT4 in the GT Winter Series and Winter Series package this year. Chris McCarthy is down on the TCR Spain grid with all the latest info.
Welcome down to the grid, everyone. We're getting ready to go for the first race in TCR Spain. Got a very special guest with me down here. For you motorcycle fans, you'll know this man very well. This is Carlos Tatai, who raced in the Moto3 Championship, the Moto2 Championship. Now is recovering, of course, from the accident he had at Portimao and is looking to get into four-wheel racing. Carlos, this is a very special place for yourself because you, of course, took a win here in Moto3. I'm sure the fans along the start-finish straight, some of you might have even been here that weekend when Carlos took the win. Carlos, how does it feel to be back? I mean, the atmosphere here on that weekend must have been absolutely exceptional. The picture you were showing me there, how special is it to be back?
Yeah, also Valencia is always special, and after my accident I'm looking forward to be back racing. I would love to race in four wheels. I'm looking forward to it, and yeah, it's nice to be here in TCR Spain. It's a really nice championship. I really love it. So yeah, let's start. I need to start my projects from zero. I need to get ready for four wheels because it's my target, it's my goal. I love racing, I love engines, so hopefully I will be here soon.
I know you mentioned you had that incident last year. When was it you started to get drawn to racing in TCR Spain, and what was it about the championship that brought you to TCR Spain?
Well, when I was in the hospital one day, Alberto Vera, that is racing in rallies, also he's in wheelchair, came and showed me how he does it, and yeah, in this moment it changed my life. So I'm now looking forward to it. It was like 4 or 5 months ago when I started thinking about it, but I really was like more confident 1 month ago when I bought a kart. I'm also looking forward to being side-by-side on the Baja Aragon. So yeah, I'm starting step by step, looking forward to it, and hopefully I can be back racing soon.
How close do you feel you are to getting back in the car and racing in TCR Spain?
Well, I'm really keen on be back racing. I mean, I love racing, I love motorsport, so I'm looking forward to it. My mom, I think she doesn't like it so much, but yeah, I love racing, so hopefully I will be back soon.
It's inspirational what you're doing. Thank you very much for being here. We'll let you go and get a good space out in there for the race. I think everyone in the grandstand and with us on the roof, can we please give huge round of applause, please, to Carlos Tatai as he leaves the track now. Has done a superb job to come back with us from Portimao. Let's give him a round of applause. Carlos Tatai now as he leaves the circuit. He's done an absolutely fantastic job. Let's go over to the cars next. Eric Genet is going to be on pole position. Got on the podium last time out, and Eric Genet again is going to be back. Let's have one quick chat with him. He might be our only driver we get to speak to. Eric, great to see you again. How are you finding the Valencia circuit so far?
Well, racing at home, it's an incredible feeling. Thank you to all the people that came here to the race. It's incredible the support we have. Being on pole, it's a very good start of the weekend, but we will try to manage to keep in this position.
A very quick few words in Spanish.
Dar las gracias a toda la afición. Muchas gracias por estar aquí. Sé que es un esfuerzo enorme. Nos gusta a todos este deporte. Intento darlo el 100%. Estamos aquí, muy buena manera de empezar el fin de semana. Y dar las gracias a todos.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. That's Eric Janae. That's 1 minute to go. Let's go straight up to Adam Weller for commentary of TCR Spain.
Thank you very much, Chris. Great to hear from Eric, and great to get some impressions from down there in the pit lane as well. Eric Janae, as he said, he's got pole at home, and that is often a good forebearer. He only got it by a few hundredths of a second, though. Nacho Montenegro there on the inside of the front row was just a few hundredths off in qualifying, so expect him to be up there. Of course, they are scoring points across these two pre-season events as something of a mini championship. So Montenegro on 87 points is the championship leader. But a couple of good results for Eric Janae would bring him right back into it on just 75 points in second place. So one suspects that Montenegro is going to be very, very keen indeed to work his way back up there. So then the grid for this race. It is Eric Janae that starts from pole position. Ignacio Montenegro starting from second. Alvaro Garcia in third place. He was very good at working his way through the order last time at Jerez. He's going to start from P3 this time. Sergio Catalins is next in fourth position, ahead of the first of three Fernandez family members. Felipe Fernandez starting from fifth, alongside Ruben Fernandez in P6. Seventh on the grid is Marco Aguilera. Well, Angel Romero, starting from 8th position. Sandro Palatti is next in the 72 car, the Monlau Cupra, second Monlau Cupra. Victor Fernandez in 10th place. Lucien Fontaine is next in 11th, ahead of Miguel Villasieros. On to the 13th, 14th spot. Sandra Gomez is 13th. Santiago Castilla in 14th place. Ana Carrasco back again. She's confirmed as competing in the first ever FIM Women's Motorcycling World Championship now, but still focusing on having a look at four wheels as well. Ruben Volt, a promising young Lithuanian racer, starting from 16th on the grid in a third ALM Motorsport Honda. So 16 cars to take the start for this one. Great growth between the two weekends of the TCR Spain pre-season, of course, working towards the main event, the main season, as it were, of TCR Spain later in the year. That'll kick off at Jarama on the second weekend of May, the 11th and 12th of May, and teams relishing the opportunity to get out there a few months early, go racing, prepare themselves, in some cases even for the broader European Championship, but many of them getting ready for the TCR Spain, which is certainly going through an overhaul, a rejuvenating process with the Rivazza team behind the championship. Some great stories through the field. Obviously, Ana Carrasco is one to keep an eye on as well. There she is in the Peugeot 308. That's one of the Cup cars, the first generation machines. Of course, there is also the matter of the Fernandez brothers as well, this time with the RC2 team. Victor, Ruben and Felipe both have competed both in the Italian and the European Championship, and so we can expect them to be up there. Very successful in both of those series, as well as TCR Spain, so expect the Audis to work their way. There's a lot of Audis on the grid, it must be said. Half dozen Audis, a popular choice, the RS3. We've also got two generations of Honda. We've got the pair of Cupra Leons, the modern current generation Cupras. Of course, we've got the first generation Seat, or as they were Seat Leons, now Cupra Leons, with the DSG gearboxes also on the grid too. A hearty mix of TCR machinery then. The TCR Spain pre-season event number 2 will have its first of 2 races in just a few moments. The flagman will go from yellow to green, the red lights will go on, and then it'll be a drag race to the line. Will it be Eric Janae or Nacho Montenegro that leads them into the first corner? Could someone like Garcia or Catalins get a good start from row 2? We'll have to wait and see. who gets the best launch. The green flag is now waving, a little bit of a hold, but we are now getting ready to go racing. We are underway and racing in the TCR Spain, and it's a really, really poor start from Nacho Montenegro. Montenegro just did not get off the line in the slightest. Eric Genet then leading into turn one. Second place for Sergio Casalines, or is it? Because Alvaro Garcia is right there with him, side by side. Then it's the first of the Fernandez family, and it is going to be the Audi of Casalines that's in second place. No, it's not. Again, around the outside at turn 3 can often set you up nicely for turn 4. And Alvaro Garcia moves his way up into second place. There you see Romero in the familiar white Audi RS3, just getting snudged wide a little bit there by Montenegro as he returns his way back through the order. Aguilera, another car that we saw last time out, of course, at the Circuito Jerez Angel Nieto, just behind Romero. But it's a great start for Eric Genet. It's exactly the start that he needed, not just because he's streaked away from Garcia in the chasing pack, but also because Nacho Montenegro now has his work cut out in 7th position. The two Merca backed Fernandez-driven Audi RS3s there in 4th and 5th position. The number 12 leading the number 19, so that's Ruben, the first of the Fernandez family. You see the other Cupra Leon from Sandro Pilati there, further back in the pack, the number 50 Hyundai i30 of Bussy and Fontan. I understand that's an ex-Ivan Muller chassis, actually, so that's going back a few years. But look at that lead at the sharp end of the order. Eric Genet 2.6 seconds faster, or 2.6 seconds clear at the front of the order. Nacho Montenegro passes by Sandro Pilati, so that's for 6th position. Fairly controlled, easy overtake there for Montenegro in the ALM Honda Civic FL5. First of the Cup cars in the field in this early stage of Generation 1 cars is Miguel Vallecieros in the Cupra with the DSG gearbox, just ahead of Ana Carrasco, who started well just behind him. There's Casalines in 3rd place, driving through the wing mirrors, I suspect, at the moment, with the pair of 4-ringed Audis just behind him, and Nacho Montenegro there in P6 as well. Bit of a lock-up there. You'll see a lot of locking up over the course of the next 21 minutes plus 1 lap. All of these Audis are the latest generation car, the 2nd generation Audi RS3 LMS. Nacho Montenegro there dove to the inside line. Has he gotten through into 5th place? I somehow suspect he has. Yes, he separates the Fernandez brothers now. So it is Nacho Montenegro up to 5th position. Montenegro on the recovery drive then in the 23 car. There is the ALM Honda. Oh, and look at this big launch up the inside from Aguilera. Very, very solid overtake there from Marco Aguilera in the RC2 Audi. Pilati losing out again then. He's got to worry about Romero behind as well. Montenegro, meanwhile, really needs to climb up this order. Of course, Eric Genet has never been so excited to see an Audi ahead of a Honda as Montenegro gets the inside line of the number 12. That's Ruben Fernandez, and it looks like he is going to lose out here to Nacho Montenegro. The inside line at turn 8 usually yields results, and Nacho Montenegro gets up into 4th place. He's definitely made this a lot harder for himself than he would have liked with the missed start at the beginning, but already knocking on the door of a podium. He's gotten past the pair of Fernandez Audis. The next target, the number 10 car. Of course, that is also an Audi RS3. This is the machine of Sergio Casalines. Casalines of Volcano Motorsport. He currently sits in 3rd place. It's 3 teams and 3 manufacturers in the top 3 then, with Eric Genet leading, Alvaro Garcia 2nd, and Sergio Casalines in 3rd place. Cupra from Honda, from Audi. There is the Fernandez scrap then. Ruben and Felipe swap places from where they were on the grid. One has gotten ahead of the other, but one suspects that's not going to be taken lying down, to say the least. The Fernandez family always like to have a tussle when they're together out there on circuit. Of course, it's also worth mentioning the junior classification as well. We'll touch base on that a little bit more as this race progresses, because I don't think Nacho Montenegro is going to give me the time to give you the class leader there. He is right on the back in the battle for 3rd position. There's the Cup class then, and it is very closely contested at the moment for 2nd place. Ana Carrasco with Santiago Castilla and Sandra Gomez just behind. So the 2 female racers in the Team VRT Peugeots, sandwiching the Generation 1 Cupra, but Carrasco with a bit of a lock-up there. But you can see the progression from last weekend to this weekend. Anna's cutting a more confident figure in the car and looks a lot more aggressive, a lot more willing to fight for those positions rather than yield. And that's all part of the development process as you take to a new discipline of motorsport. Well, this battle continues on. Montenegro less than half a second away from 3rd place. Casalines, Sergio Casalines is going to be driving through those rear views. Of course, there's another ALM Motorsport car just ahead of him in the form of Alvaro Garcia as well. Garcia can't afford to put a foot wrong, lest he end up involved in that scrap and making it a 3-car fight for 2nd place. Castilla looks like he's a little bit faster than Ana Carrasco at the moment, getting some good runs out of those corners. Well, Sandra Gomez, perhaps unwittingly, is making life a little bit easier for Ana Carrasco by also pressuring Castilla. Santiago's on the offensive and the defensive all at once. It's a little bit like juggling sharp objects. But that Cup class battle is going to be one that I think is going to rage all through the weekend. Through into 3rd place has gone Nacho Montenegro. Knew he wasn't going to stay there in 4th place for too long. Montenegro and Genet have been the class of the field this weekend, it must be said. There is Genet across the line in the Monlau Motul Cupra. The gap is out to 3.3 seconds between himself and Garcia in 2nd place. Fernandez family drag race as they run down towards the next turn, and actually I think that may have been Ruben saying, you know what, go by Felipe. Felipe Fernandez goes through into 5th place. It looked to me as if that was made a little bit easy there. Felipe Fernandez in the 19 then through into P5. He'll go 4th hunting, podium hunting from here. For Eric Genet, again, everything is going just as he would like. Of course, last time out at Jerez, it was a 1st place and a 1st place for Nacho Montenegro. He took the win in resounding fashion. However, Genet finished 2nd and 3rd, so he needs really Montenegro to finish in a similarly non-top 2 fashion. He could do with Montenegro being 3rd or lower, really, to have any shot of securing a championship here in the TCR Spain pre-season. A bit of a lock-up from further ahead as we look at this battle for 8th place. Sandro Pilati with Miguel Angel Romero and another of the Audis, the other of the Fernandez Audis, as a matter of fact, Victor Fernandez just behind him. Then it is the RX Pro Racing Hyundai of Lucien Fontaine. Oh, and that's a bit of a wide line there from Pilati. I don't think you can give Romero that much of an opportunity and live to keep your position. It's side by side as they run down the straight. The Audi with the inside line, surely that's going to give Romero the opportunity. Bit of a out there line from Victor Fernandez as well. And maybe that put off Sandro Pilati just a little bit. Romero ends up securing the position, then Romero up into 8th place. And Fernandez now getting into it with the Hyundai. Side by side between the two of them, the 50 car of Lucien Fontaine, then up another position, up into 10th position. Into the top 10 goes the sole Hyundai on the grid. While this is going on, the last lap across the line for Nacho Montenegro was the fastest of the race, so he's going hunting for his teammate Alvaro Garcia. Going back for his position that he lost less than a lap ago is Sandro Pilati with a big dive down at turn 8. He's gotten past Romero there with quite the block pass. No chance of you turning in through into 8th place once more. Something tells me he's not going to be able to shake this pressure. Romero now also, of course, Fontaine equally looking quick in the rearview mirror. We've had some track limits warnings, you'll be unsurprised to hear. We've had a few of them handed down already. I don't think anyone has got a penalty just yet, but that may well be something to consider as well. The car 41, Victor Fernandez, has been handed a 1-second penalty, but that's for a 4th warning. Romero then closes in once again on the back of Pilati, the Italian driver. The bronze and dark blue Cupra has been in the midst of battle so far. There are the 2 ALM Hondas then, 2 of the 3 ALM Hondas. In fact, we didn't get to see Ruben Volt take the start, so we are down 1 of the 3 scheduled cars. I know that Ruben was struggling with a mechanical gremlin this morning, so perhaps we may have to settle for 2, at least for this race. Hopefully Ruben Volt is present before the end of the weekend. So Alvaro Garcia will now have 2 on his shoulder, 1 telling him, go for it, let your teammate through, do the right thing for the team and the championship, and then he'll have the other side of him saying, actually, I want some positions, thank you very much. I want to prove that I can beat someone who has taken championship glory in TCR before in the form of Nacho Montenegro. But not quite close enough for a move yet is Montenegro. Give it maybe 3/4 of a lap, maybe less, and he'll be right there. Turn 8 is a good overtaking opportunity, and it does seem that Montenegro has that car hooked up very nicely for the first sector that precedes it. So let's see if the opportunity comes in the next few corners. 2nd generation Civic versus the 3rd generation Civic. Meanwhile, the Hyundai still just ahead of Victor Fernandez. In fact, Fernandez got back past for 10th place for a little while, but that's switched again. So Lucien Fontaine may have put a foot wrong somewhere. We have started to have some time penalties through. Ruben Fernandez with a 5-second time penalty for 6 times exceeding the track limit. So they are starting to come in, and they will start to get bulky if people continue to push the limits of the defined confines of the circuit Ricardo Tormo. Back of shots, I see that there's been some shifting among the cup battle by the looks of it. Valencia still well ahead at the sharp end of that order. I think Castilla has lost out to Sandra Gomez as well, so the cup class battle has shifted somewhat. It's now second and third place for the 2 Peugeots within that classification. There's your class leader, Miguel Valenciaros. Very close for second place though overall as they head into turn 2. Alvaro Garcia and Nacho Montenegro were very close across the line. Let's see if Montenegro has gotten through. He has, but he's letting his teammate back past. I wonder whether there may have been a little bit of a moment between the two of them that Nacho Montenegro felt he needed to self-police, because he's allowed Alvaro Garcia back through. And now he dives to the inside again at turn 6. Montenegro then through into second place. He's already been ahead once on this lap, but this time it looks a little more definitive unless Alvaro Garcia can make the move. You see the grass being kicked up there by Montenegro. Montenegro then, how far back is he from the race leader? I think the answer is somewhere in the 3-second region. Looks like about 3.2 seconds on the timing screen and on the graphics there. So certainly with 8 minutes left to go, that's quite the order. And I think if Eric Genet is doing any kind of tyre preservation, any kind of cruising, he's going to have to stop now, because Montenegro has already proven that he can come back from behind and win a race in the TCR Spain pre-season. He's already proven that he can win a championship over in South America in TCR as well. He was so delighted with his results in the FL5 for ALM Motorsport a weekend ago. A championship that takes place over the course of an 8-day span, the TCR Spain pre-season. He crammed 4 races into that time, and well, certainly the current hot favourite is championship leader Nacho Montenegro. But if things finish as they are, Eric Genet will be a little bit closer. However, if things finish as they are is a big if. 4.3 seconds is now the gap between Genet and Montenegro. That gap out further than I expected, mostly because, of course, of the overtake and re-overtake between Montenegro and Garcia. We've had more warnings, but I don't think we've had any further track limit penalties. They are coming in thick and fast on the message board from race control. We have had a 5-second time penalty for the car 41 of Victor Fernandez, so he's continuing to pile on the penalties himself. Battle for 6th place there that we were seeing in the back of shots. It's Pilati, or rather I should say Lopez, Miguel Aguilera, I should say, right on the back of Ruben Fernandez right now. So Aguilera, Marco Aguilera, fancying his opportunities at just diving into the top 6 if he can, get into that top half dozen. And he can't claim that the equipment is the issue if he doesn't succeed, because of course not only are they from the same manufacturer in Audi, but also the two cars being run out of the same tent as well from RC2 Racing Team. Power through 7 and into turn 8 then. And Aguilera not close enough yet for a move. They look to be fairly equidistant in terms of pace. Meanwhile, the forever battle between Pilati and Lucien Fontaine. Looks like there's been a change there. Fontaine with the nose ahead, heading towards turn 8 with the position gained coming out of turn 8. Sandro Pilati now has Victor Fernandez for company as well, albeit we know that Victor Fernandez has some penalties to contend with. It looks though that Pilati is struggling a bit here. That's a slowing Cooper if I've ever seen one. The light's turning off the car as well. Is he in the process of trying to get that car turned on and off again? He's disappeared from the back of shot. So the 72 of Sandro Pilati is in trouble. Pilati slowing down. We've got yellow flags at turn 12. Is that because the car is fully stationary? There isn't much elevation change on this circuit, but he's found himself stuck at a point of the circuit where you need power to get you up the hill. And unfortunately, Sandro Pilati is stuck. Now with 3 minutes and 35 seconds of this race left to go, I do wonder how this one will be dealt with. Will they cover it under local yellows so we get to the checkered flag at full race speed? Let's wait and see. Double yellows down at T12 confirmed on the timing screen for Eric Genet. He will be approaching the double wave yellows for the first time. That's off the racing line, thankfully, but he'll be aware of the car in its current resting position. Certainly not an ideal place for Sandro to be. We've also had Miguel Romero into the pit lane as well. So Romero, who was getting into it with the Fernandez family at one point, has sadly ended up in the pit lane too. So a few issues befalling a couple of the cars in the closing stages of this race. We've got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, plus 1 lap. I think that ultimately works out as 3 to go in total, including the lap they're currently on. There is your Cup class leader, Miguel Vallecieros. It's been very, very rapid indeed in this race, and is some 14 seconds clear of his closest competitor, Sandra Gomez, who has moved past Ana Carrasco. So Gomez a little way off the pace of this car. In fact, exactly a second, a second and 200ths off the fastest lap of the race from this man, Miguel Vallecieros. So 24 car on its way to a cup win here. The Marshall's pushing away the Cupra. Sandra Gomez is some 4.1 seconds clear of her Peugeot compatriot. So I think Ana Carrasco is going to have to settle for third at best here. Fourth place in class for Santiago Castilla when we are talking about the Cup class. Nacho Montenegro's gap to the leader has continued to shrink. The gap is down to 2.5 seconds. Eric Genet, I think, is probably just managing things, but he's doing so in a way that might raise a few heartbeats down at the Monlau competition team, the Monlau Motul outfit. Genet then, your leader by 2.3 seconds, 2.4 seconds rounded up over Montenegro. Clock will strike 0 this time by, so this is the penultimate lap of the race with the +1 lap taken into consideration. Montenegro having a stellar race, great performance. unfortunately it began with that poor start off the line, fell back, I think almost outside the top 10 in the first couple of moments of the race. Well, Eric Genet had a fabulous start from pole position. For Genet, we could see another beaming smile. He's got a second place already this season. He's got a third place already this season, both of which came at the first TCR Spain pre-season event at Jerez. There's only one trophy missing from the TCR Spain podium collection in 2024. And that's the top step. He's a lap away from getting there. Alvaro Garcia, though, maybe a little bit disappointed to be dropping off the pace in third a little bit. Again, we saw him really showing up and showing out in the slightly older number 30 ALM Motorsport Honda. Having started from well down the order in both races, managed to recover nicely. He too came out of the Jerez weekend with a third and a second place. Much like this man, Eric Genet. It's going to be another third place by the looks of it for Garcia, as long as he can get to that checkered flag. Had a few more time penalties dished out around the circuit. One of them is Bussian Fontan in the Hyundai, so he's got a 4-second penalty looming over his head. Santiago Castillo has been given 1 second for his fourth track limit infringement, but the infringements are piled high. The gap is shrinking between the top two, down under 2 seconds now. And Nacho Montenegro, unfortunately, hasn't quite done enough to fight for that win. He has, however, once again shown that he is potentially the quickest driver out there. That said, the fastest lap of the race belongs to this car, the Cupra from Monlau competition. Monlau Motul, just a few corners away from celebrating with Eric Genet. Turns 13 and 14 await. This is turn 13, the long sweeper. Straighten the car up momentarily to the outside line as you approach turn 14. Eric Genet has done everything absolutely right in the first TCR Spain pre-season race of the weekend, and he claims his first win of 2024 in resounding fashion. A great result for Eric Genet. Nacho Montenegro takes second place. Alvaro Garcia takes third. Genet moving into TCR this year. I believe this is his very first touring car win. Great result for Genet. Castellins takes fourth. Fifth place for Ruben Fernandez. I'm sorry, Felipe Fernandez in fifth place. Ruben in sixth place. Marco Aguilera in seventh. Coming across the line now in eighth place is Victor Fernandez. But here comes your cup winner. We seem to have lost Bussian Fontan to the pit lane on the very last lap of the race, so I think something might be wrong with the Hyundai. But that will not be a concern for Miguel Vallecieros, who has done everything perfectly in the Generation 1 Cupra. Comes across the line to finish 9th overall, but more importantly, claim the win in the Cup class. Second place in class will go to Sandra Gomez. She leads Anna Carrasco across the line. The two Team VRT Peugeots finished second and third in class, ahead of Santiago Castilla, who at one time was sandwiched between the two Peugeots, but ultimately finishes off the podium in the Cup class. What a performance then from Eric Genet here at the circuit Ricardo Tormo, a circuit where his dad raced in the World Touring Car Championship. He can add a circuit Ricardo Tormo victory to the mantelpiece then. Eric Genet winning the race. Nacho Montenegro recovering from a poor start to finish in second. Alvaro Garcia taking third ahead of Sergio Castellins. The internal Fernandez family fight goes to Felipe, fifth place for him. Ruben Fernandez taking sixth. Marco Aguilera taking seventh place ahead of Victor Fernandez. even in light of a few different penalties coming his way for track limit. I believe he will finish in 8th. Miguel Vallecieros taking 9th, Sandra Gomez taking P10, Ana Carrasco in 11th place, Santiago Castilla 12th, Lucien Fontaine in 13th with a late visit to the pits, Miguel Angel Romero taking 14th, and Sandro Pilati, of course, coming to a halt on the circuit shortly before the end. Miguel Vallecieros, as well as 9th overall, claiming the all-important Cup class win. He's changed race suits since last week. He's in his own F4 Spain apparel rather than the ETCR suit borrowed from his dad. And there you see the embrace. How wonderful is that to see? That's Dad giving him a big, big hug. And the Monlau competition crew want to follow suit as well. Eric Genet, still a young man, still a teen. And that touring car dream is one that is growing larger now. Where will we see him in the years to come? The Genet name so synonymous with touring cars, so synonymous with the former Seat brand, now becoming broadly known as Cupra. And Eric Genet takes the hands device off and will begin his debrief in Espanol, but I believe we will also hear from him in English with Chris McCarthy. Of course, we heard from him on the pre-grid. He seemed to be optimistic, and that optimism is justified now that he has reached the top step. I believe that Chris McCarthy has grabbed Eric Genet, and we can go down there to our winner now.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm down with our winner, Eric Genet, getting his first victory, first TCR victory. Eric, we could see the emotion when you got out of the car there. Tell us, how does that feel?
It was incredible. Thanks to the team, they did a very great job. Incredible car. It's been a grateful finish of the race. We started a very good pace. Nacho was catching us a little bit every lap, but we know that we got a very big gap. Very happy about the result. First one, I think, of much we will do. And that's it. Thank you very much.
And a lot of work building up to this. I imagine it must have felt very special when you came across the line.
It does. It's the second race we do with this car. Lots of level in this race. Incredible feeling. We work a lot during the year, for the past year in the Formula 4. Thank you to everyone that helped me during the whole season. Thank you to my parents, to my family, and also to my girlfriend.
We can see your dad is here as well. This is a place where he took a win in World Touring Cars. How does it feel now to follow in his footsteps and get a win here yourself?
Well, it's my coach. He's on all part of the work. I think the first person I have to thank is him to be supporting me, helping me day and night. I think he's the first protagonist. Hopefully I want to try to do it better than him. He's done a very good result during all the year, but we will try to improve that.
Can we have some words, please, for the fans as well, in Spanish, please?
Nada, gracias a toda la afición, habéis venido, muchas gracias por estar aquí, el apoyo, cada persona cuenta, cada persona es 1 kilómetro por hora para mí. Muchas gracias a todos los que habéis estado en el paddock, felicitando, apoyando. Gracias a todo el mundo por estar aquí, que sé que cuesta, pero es un gran deporte.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, well done, Eric Genet. Adam, there's going to be plenty more celebrations down here, as you can see. There you can see heading over Eric Genet getting ready for the podium now. He did thank his girlfriend, and I think that's where he was straight over to. They're heading up to the podium. Lucas is getting ready up there. Let's go back up to you now, Adam.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, great to see Eric supported by his loved ones, principally, of course, his father, Jordi, who raced here in 2005 and won in the World Championship. Let's look at Eric Genet's win in TCR Spain pre-season. It was a great start from him, not so much for Nacho Montenegro, though, from the front row of the grid. It was Garcia second place then behind Eric Genet in the early stages, but only momentarily. The Audis, at least quick starters, but would soon fall back behind the Honda. Casalines was second for a few meters at least. Nacho Montenegro began the process of working his way back through the field there, just getting past Sandro Pilati. Some great battling in and around Bussy and Fontane's postcode in the Hyundai i30. Sadly, he would not finish the race. And some great overtaking further back as well from Aguilera in one of the many Audis out there, one of the many RC2 Audis out there on the circuit. The Cup battle was very intriguing. Ana Carrasco was second place at one time. She would ultimately finish third behind her teammate Sandra Gomez. Meanwhile, it was working through the order for Montenegro. It was falling through the order, unfortunately, for Sandro Pilati, and we would soon see potentially why he was struggling for pace in the second of the Monlau Cupras. Did, though, go back on the offensive up against Romero. Big dive at turn 8 and would briefly be back up into the top 10. Neither Romero nor Pilati unfortunately reaching that checkered flag. Montenegro got through briefly, but allowed Garcia back through. Didn't quite see why he allowed Garcia back through, but just a few corners later, Nacho Montenegro pulled the pin definitively, moved up into second place. Before the race was over, though, a couple of dramas, one of them for Pilati. Great result, just an easy drive home for Miguel Vallecieros on his first appearance of the season, a win in the Cup class. But for Eric Genet, a very important moment, 19 years after his father won here in 2005 in the World Championship. Eric Genet crossing the line to win the race in TCR Spain, and a Cup win for Miguel Vallecieros. Car's done a good job, gets a pat from Eric Genet, and the Monlau team, the Monlau Motul team, will be ecstatic, and they'll celebrate not that long into the night, though, because they'll be doing this all again in the morning for the final race of the TCR pre-season, taking place this February across the Jerez and Valencia circuits. That will narrow the gap in the championship between the two drivers, between Montenegro and Genet, but it will still be Nacho Montenegro in the pound seat in the championship. He will have lost 3 points for finishing behind Genet in qualifying earlier today. He would have lost a further 5 points for finishing second in that race. But the gap will still just about be in favour of Nacho Montenegro. But a 12-point gap, I believe, would now be a 4-point gap, if I'm not mistaken, in the championship in Valencia. So we'll have to see quite how this one unfolds. I understand that Lukas Gajewski has herded the drivers in record time, so let's go to the podium.
It really wasn't record time, and it wasn't me either, Adam, but thank you very much. We are good to go with our TCR Spain podium here in Valencia. Of course, it's a Spanish championship. It's mostly Spanish drivers. So what am I doing here? I'm going to clear the stage because we have a native speaker to deliver the podium for you. And here we have the podium delivered by Nacho Santos.
Clasificado Álvaro García García. Segunda plaza para Nacho Montenegro. Y el vencedor, Eric Gene Casanova. El equipo vencedor, Monlau Competición, representado por su director deportivo, Jaime Serrano. Escuchamos en honor del vencedor el himno nacional. Don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, hará entrega del trofeo al equipo vencedor, Monlau Competición, representado por Jaime Serrano, director deportivo. Don Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Brasil, hará entrega del trofeo al tercer clasificado, Álvaro García García. El señor Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Brasil, hará entrega del trofeo que acredita en la segunda plaza a Nacho Montenegro. Y don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, entregará el trofeo al vencedor Eric Gené Casanova. Y también don Gabriel Alonso entregará el trofeo como mejor junior a Eric Gené Casanova. La fotografía para el recuerdo de los 3 pilotos, los 2 españoles y el piloto argentino en esta carrera de TCR. Y ya después de las imágenes para el recuerdo, ahí los tenemos a los 3 en el escalón central del podium, junto al representante de Monlau Competición. Esas imágenes en lo alto del podium del circuito Ricardo Tormo. El momento de celebrarlo con el cava. Vamos a ver quién es más rápido de los 3. Si es que se deciden. Hoy se han quedado los mecánicos esperando la lluvia. Vamos a ver Gené, que no se lo quiere perder. No se lo quiere perder Gené. Ahí lo tenemos celebrando. Y rompiendo el maleficio. Dicen que si no celebras, no vuelves a subir. Y vamos ya, en cuanto se prepare el podium, para los pilotos y las pilotos en TCR Winter Series Cup. En la Copa. Tercera plaza en la Copa para Ana Carrasco. Segunda posición para Sandra Gómez. Y el vencedor en la Copa, Miguel Villacieros. Don Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR en Brasil, hará entrega del trofeo a la tercera clasificada, Ana Carrasco. Mauricio Slaviero, promotor de TCR Brasil, entregará el trofeo a la segunda clasificada, Sandra Gómez. Y don Gabriel Alonso, promotor de TCR en España, hará entrega del trofeo al vencedor en la Copa TCR, Miguel Villacieros. Esa imagen para el recuerdo de Miguel flanqueado por Sandra y Ana. Los 3 primeros clasificados en esta TCR Winter Series en la Copa. La fotografía, esa imagen. Y ya será el momento, después de esa imagen, de celebrarlo. No veo la tele. En el podio. Vemos allá a la motorista Ana, junto a Sandra y junto a Miguel. Bueno, vamos a seguir con el horario, que nos quedan todavía carreras para la jornada de hoy.
Thank you very much to Nacho Santos, your Spanish circuit commentator here in Valencia. That's our 2 TCR Spain podiums done and dusted. One more race coming up for you today, and this is the GT Winter Series with a 20-plus car grid. Fabulous mix, as always, of GT3 machinery, Cup 2s, the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, and of course the lovely Ferrari Challenge machinery with some new entries. Just as well, cars are heading out onto the starting grid, and Chris McCarthy is down there for you.
Welcome down to the grid for the final time today, everyone. We're getting ready to go for GT Winter Series Race 1. We've got our GT3 cars coming down, our Cup 1 cars coming down, those Ferraris. We've got the Cup 2 Porsches coming down as well. And Cup 3 returns this round as well. Team 52 bringing that entry to us. There we can see now what is becoming the familiar view if you've been with us for the entire stream. the very, very long run down towards the first corner. And behind us, right on cue, we have our pole sitters pulling into place. This is going to be the Helped Racing team, Finn Wiebelhaus coming into queue. 2 wins and 2 pole positions so far for this team, and that all happened at Portimao. So they haven't been with us at Estoril when we began the season, and they were not with us last time out. So in the one round they have been with us, they have always been off the podium. Great to have them back, and they're going to be looking to keep what is a 100% podium record going. We'll try and have a chat with Finn when he's had a chat to the race director. Johnny, we'll stay where we are for now because we've got a busy grid ahead of us, and starting alongside him, if you step backwards to me, Johnny, have a swing round, we can see our safety car is going to be here, but coming alongside him will be second place on the grid, SSR Performance. Nicky Thiem is going to be in the car for them. Nicky Thiem, he's racing just about everything. He's won the Porsche Super Cup, FIA World Endurance Championship, 24 Hour of Le Mans class winner as well, and he's going to be out for SSR Performance, who bring with them a fantastic lineup. Behind them we've got Team Gtws as well, who bring the Porsche 992 GT3R. Great to have them with us. Behind that, Gtws Racing, who bring the Audi R8 GT3. So we've got some new manufacturers joining us with this time, 3 new manufacturers to be exact. SSR Performance bring the Lamborghini Huracan. That's going to be on its way down to us very shortly. I believe Finn Wiebelhaus is now free, so let's go and speak to him, and then we're going to make our way down the grid. In fact, he's being spoken to. There we go. So let's have a wander down. We'll come back in this direction very shortly. Here we see pole position coming in, Johnny. There is Nicky Thiem. We'll come back in this direction as we have to come back anyway to get off the grid in this direction. Here is Team Gtws. Michael Kapfinger is in the car for them. I'm going to see if I can dive in and have a chat to Michael, who is in the Porsche 992 GT3R. Great to have you with us. How are you enjoying the weekend so far, driving Valencia?
Yeah, that's my second time now racing in a GT3 car at a race weekend. Yeah, the preparations are going really well, and we can compare us with, for example, Nicky Thiem. He's a really good driver in the SSR Performance Lambo, and it's like a really good reference also, and the competition is really good here. Yeah.
Great variety of cars as well, isn't it? Do you think you've got an advantage in places around here?
Sorry?
Great variety of cars. Do you think you've got an advantage in places?
Well, I hope we can go on the podium here, but it's very tough because we don't heat our tires, and we are driving the GT Masters Le Mans. And yeah, we try our best, and maybe we see us at the podium again.
Great insight. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Okay, let's swing across the road and speak to Helped Racing team, who are going to be third on the grid. They bring a new entry this time. Of course, they're on the front row. And also on the second row as well. Kwanda Mokoena is in the car for them. I'm going to see if I can dive in. Thank you, Johnny. Kwanda, thank you very much. We're going to ask just one question only. How is it to be in GTWinterSeries? How are you feeling ahead of the race? That was kind of 2, but we'll ask it in 1.
I'm loving every moment of it. Hopefully we can end the race on the podium. That would be ideal, but just happy to be here.
Good stuff. We're happy to have you. Thank you very much. Let's get down because 3 minutes to go. Let's speak to our top 2. We've got our GT3 cars filling the front 4 rows, and then they fill half the top 5, 6 rows as well. Finn Wiebelhaus, great to have him back. I'm going to see if I can dive in. Finn, great to have you back again on pole position. Think we can keep this 100% podium record going? Add to those wins we got in Portimao?
Hopefully. Let's see.
Good stuff. Very short answer. A long run down to turn 1 as well. How do you think you'll fare against the Lambo?
Let's hope for a good start. Obviously, I'm the pole setter. I can control the pace, but we have a very experienced driver on my side, so it will be quite difficult.
Let's go and speak to that experienced driver. Thank you very much, Nicky Thiem. I'm going to try and dive in and speak to Nicky Thiem. Great to have Nicky with us. Nicky, I'm going to see if I can quickly dive in. He's getting some things sorted. And Nicky, you've raced in just about everything. Great to have you in the GT Winter Series. How are you enjoying the week so far?
Yeah, I can't complain, boss. There's worse things in life than sitting here at a Lamborghini in Spain and gonna do a good race here. So as long as you guys have fun, that's the most important thing. But yeah, for us, it's obviously a very good preparation for the season coming up.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. We said only one question only. 1 minute only. Quick ad break, and then we go live.
When you give young fighters the right ammunition, you can end up with one mighty dogfight, and that's what we're going to see here in the GT Winter Series. A huge expansion of the GT3 class grid this time, but will it be one of the young fighters, or will it be the rugged, more experienced gentleman in the Lamborghini that takes the fight to Finn Wiebelhaus? It's Wiebelhaus on pole, Nicky Team alongside him on the front row of that grid as they get rolling ahead of half an hour of racing. This is going to be a truly spectacular fight between multiple manufacturers, multiple young superstars here in the GT Winter Series. Finn Wiebelhaus is your pole sitter. Nicky Team alongside him. Kwanda Mokoena, the second of the Haupt Racing Team Mercedes, will start from third place, ahead of team used by Twinbush's Mikael Kampfinger, just his second appearance in a GT3 car. Jamo Hartling, also pretty new to the world of GT3. He starts from fifth place, and he'll be looking for a podium, claims some fast scalps ahead of him. Equally, Lucas Sundhal looking for a good result. He is in the first of the GTWs Racing Audi R8. Arunas Gikauskas is next in seventh place alongside Martin Kazmarski, a race winner last time out at Jerez. Uwe Lauer starts from ninth. Hubert Darmetko is in 10th place. Then it's Thor Haugen. Joachim Bolting alongside him. The first of the Cup 2 cars there is Hubert Darmetko, second in that class Joachim Bolting. Leandro Martins in the former Kampfinger Porsche for Racar Motorsport starts 13th place alongside Igor Klaya. Marcel van Berlo, the father of noted superstar racer Glenn van Berlo, is next. Then it's a 69 car of Mikhail Botches in 16th place. Przemysław Bienkowski in 17th. Yves Goddard in 18th place. Petros Makris and Frank Kivitz on the back row of the grid. They are the two Ferrari 488 Challenge Evos. And Maciej Lizowski, a non-starter for this one. He'll be here for race 3, the Enduro coming up. So then, 30 minutes of racing in race 1. The sprint race here, no pit stops to worry about, nothing but racing. It is going to be a mighty moment when all of these cars launch off towards the first corner. Finn Wiebelhaus, who impressed everybody with 2 wins on the Sunday at Portimao in his GT3 racing debut. He has Nicky Team, who has done more GT3 miles than most of the grid combined, I imagine. Team, an Aston Martin factory driver, of course, is already confirmed to be doing DTM in the SSR Performance Lamborghini. He is going to dust off the cobwebs. He's already dusted them off, let's be honest. Can he convert second place into a win, or will it be Wiebelhaus? Will it be one of the cars from row 2 or even further back? We are racing for 30 minutes in the GT Winter Series, and it is Finn Wiebelhaus that leads down towards the first corner. A very good start from Finn. Nicky Team just a couple of car lengths further back as they run through the first corner. It's Mokoena in third, followed by Kampfinger, followed by Hartling. Here comes Mikael Kampfinger, trying to go around the outside of Kwanda Mokoena in the number 1 car, but he can't quite get it done there. Everybody else scything their way through the order. The first of the Cup cars is Leandro Martins, so he's moved up the order a few places there too. Hubert Darmetko second, then it's Joachim Bolting and Igor Klaya among the Porsche Cup machines. The first of the Ferrari Challenge cars in Cup 1 is Petros Makris towards the back of the field. Finn Wiebelhaus got the start he will have wanted then at the beginning of this race. He leads the way, but Nicky Thiem will be hot on his heels. These two have been exchanging fastest times across the weekend. And they both have to watch out for Mbusi himself, Kwanda Mukwena, there in third place too, but he in turn has Mikael Kapfinger for company. There is Gtws as well in sixth place. That's the first of the Audi R8 in the field. Two cars from the GTWs Racing squad. Lithuanian squad that often race in GT Masters in recent times. Of course, a long-time participant squad as well in the biggest Lithuanian race, the Palanga 1000, 6 kilometers, but it's a Polish team that gets past them. The 147 car, Martin Kazmarski making up a place there. That was for 7th position. So Kazmarski up to P7. 28 minutes in this race left to go, 1 lap in the books. Kick up of the dust there from Kazmarski as we ride on board with Gtws. Gtws, who will be looking to try and prove a point here against his teammate Jonas Karklees, both very competitive drivers. Gtws has plenty of experience in Baltic endurance racing, touring cars, Creventic as well. And there up ahead is the other Utah car, Lucas Sundal in 6th place with Jamo Hartling just ahead. Now, does Hartling have a little bit of damage? No, that was just the trick of the light, I think, there. But he runs in 5th position in the SR Motorsport Mercedes-AMG GT3. Jamo made his first GT3 start with us at Estoril at the start of the year. He's been at every round, of course, along with Kenneth Ayer. I am so proud of this young star and all that he's accomplishing early in his career. We look back to the Porsche Cup battle then briefly, and it is Leandro Martins in P11. Darmetko 12th, Bolting in 13th in the overall order. Martins, Darmetko, Bolting, your top 3 in the Cup lead. Finn Wiebelhaus, though, is the driver in the lead of this race. A lot of eyes were on Nicky Thiem coming into this weekend. A lot of media attention, particularly from the German-speaking part of the paddock. People looking to see how the DTM star would do up against Finn Wiebelhaus. And it is Wiebelhaus that leads the way. Wiebelhaus, of course, with mentorship from Haupt Racing team, from Manuel Reuter. Haupt Racing team's 3rd place car, Kwanda Mukwena, just ahead of Kapfinger there on the picture-in-picture. So 3rd and 4th are running close together. Thiem and Wiebelhaus are also running close together. We've got yellow flags at turn 2, double yellow flags at turn 2. But why is that? Have to see what's gone on there at T2. The double wave yellow has been lifted. We ride on board with Joachim Bolting. Leandro Martins drifts a bit wide there. Martins has lost out again to Hubert Darmetko over the previous lap, so Darmetko is now your class leader. So that class battle continues on, but the race lead is actually growing. Finn Wiebelhaus 1.7 seconds clear now of Nicky Thiem. Team in the SSR Performance Lamborghini. 2nd place in a bit of a sandwich between the two Mercedes AMG GT3s. Just see them through the back of shot there as we see the battle for 7th place. I'm quite surprised, actually, that Thiem hasn't quite found the same pace as Wiebelhaus just yet, but the race is young. Thor Haugen has gotten past Darmetko there. Darmetko, or rather, Darmetko has lost out, I think, hasn't he, to a couple of the GT3 Ferraris further back in the pack. Got 10 GT3 cars in the top 10. That's the first time we've seen that all year. A lot of the fastest GT cars in the world on your screen this afternoon. There's Wiebelhaus. Nicky Thiem sits in second place. Then it's Mokoena, Kapfinger in fourth position. Kapfinger across the curbs there. This is the first time we've seen the 992 GT3R Porsche in GT Winter Series. It's certainly not the first time we've seen the Kapfingers or indeed Team Use. Johannes Kapfinger is here supporting his brother, but he will not be in the car until March because still recovering from a collarbone injury at the moment. So it is a Mikael lineup. Mikael's Use and Kapfinger starting this #1 car, wearing the #1 because Johannes will be at the wheel later in the season. Johannes, of course, was our 2023 GT Winter Series champion. Haugen and Darmetko, both on the back of Uwe Lauer. The Porsche maybe a little quicker towards the end of the straight, thanks to less drag. Not quite able to find a way past Thor Haugen. Haugen, a welcome return to the championship for him after missing Jerez. I believe we're going to see him at least once more before the end of the year too, as we go to Aragon and Barcelona. The two 488 GT3 cars under pressure from Hubert Darmetko. Darmetko, who made his race debut, lest we forget, at Estoril. And look at him go, right there with the GT3 cars. Thor Haugen may well lose out here to Darmetko for 11th position. And he does, in fact, for 10th position, my apologies. So we have a non-GT3 car into the top 10 with that move from Darmetko. Mokoena and Kapfinger still very close together in 3rd and 4th place. In fact, the gap has gone down. Kapfinger is closing in on Mokoena in 3rd and 4th place, down to just over half a second. There they are through the bottom of shot. There's your race leader already putting a lap on Frank Kiewicz as well. Frank Kiewicz in the JVO Racing, the Jörg van Ommen racing car of the Cup 1 class. Finn Wiebelhaus, though, well clear at the lead, but this man, Quander Mokoena, under a lot more pressure. Mikael Kapfinger would love to return to GT Winter Series with the podium. He was talking about how much he values his time in GT Winter Series, the support that he's received as he's gotten better and better in GT Winter Series, now leading him towards ADAC GT Masters in the summer with his brother, with one of the top teams of GT Masters in recent years, in the form of Team Use Sportwagen Technik, Team Use by Twinbush. The Haupt Racing team, another top squad in the world of GT Masters. Great to see so many top teams flocking in to the GT Winter Series paddock, and great to see this battling for 3rd position. Kapfinger a little bit wide there. They all have to be a little careful of the track limits bug that is walking around and biting people with sheer abandon at the moment. I haven't seen too many time bulletins, or haven't seen too many warning bulletins yet. A couple of cars have received a slap on the wrist in the last few moments, but no one seems to be doing too much wrong at this stage. Is that a very, very broken windscreen, or is that just a very dirty windscreen on the Audi of Gtws? Gtws, my apologies. Certainly marked, isn't it? I think it is shattered partially, isn't it, the windscreen on the 24 car. Difficult to see from the picture-in-picture, but doesn't seem to be causing him any hindrance versus Kazmarski in the battle for 7th place. We do have some track limit warnings coming in. A 3rd warning now for the 38 driver, Joachim Bulting. 3rd place, of course, in the Cup 2 class. Sideways stuff there from Quander Mokoena. The Haupt Racing team squad will be willing him on. Got support from the team, from Manuel Reuter, from his mum as well, as he starts taking more steps into Europe. Was in an Audi last year in select appearances in GT Open, as well as the ADAC GT Masters, but now moving into the ever-strong Haupt team. He'll be looking to make an impact. Uwe Lauer, I don't think he's made an impact, but he has had a spin at turn 9. And that's dropped him out of the overall top 10 contention here, behind some more of the Porsche Cup cars. Trying to get a look again at that Audi's windscreen at turn 1, the 24 of Gtws. Certainly the 24 car still on the back of Kazmarski. Apparently Uwe Lauer went straight on at turn 8, so that's why he lost his time. Great overview here in the sunset at the circuit, Ricardo Tormo. Beautiful lighting that I'm sure our videography and photography crews will absolutely love. Mikael Kapfinger on the move, getting closer and closer to Mokoena. Again, looking at the windscreen of that 24. Still can't tell if that's dirt or a brake, but the 24 car certainly with a suboptimal windscreen, whichever reason is causing it. The number 7 car, Hubert Darmetko, under pressure from Thor Haugen. That's, of course, a battle for overall position, 9th overall, and Darmetko won't want to put too many feet wrong because he, of course, leads Cup 2. Bouncing over the curbs, meanwhile, Kazmarski and Gtws. Through turn 14, out onto the long main straight they go. Of course, Audi taking more and more steps back from their customer racing programs, but great to see the R8s still in force. Of course, we've already had an R8 win at Dubai in the 24-hour in January. GTWs Racing would love to add some silverware to the tally this weekend. Mikael Kapfinger is more than familiar with receiving trophies in the GT Winter Series. Juan Mokoena looking for his first. And for now, the 3 car is in P3. 16 minutes of the race left to go. Finn Wiebelhaus still improving. He's just set his fastest first sector, purple first sector, some 15 minutes into the race. So clearly the tyres aren't being chewed up too much on the Mercedes. Mokoena there going almost for a Scandinavian flick into T12 there. You saw him place the car centre, then shift it left going into the right-hander. Kapfinger getting used to the world of GT3 and just his second racing weekend in the car, as he alluded to previously. Nicky Team some 3.4 seconds off the young charger in the lead car right now. Finn Wiebelhaus will be grinning as he glances in the mirror every now and then and sees a driver of Nicky Team's caliber not just behind him, but getting smaller in that mirror as well. It tells me Wiebelhaus is going to be something special. There's Kazmarski then, just a bit wide into T7. Manages, of course, to get a better run out of the corner as a result. He doesn't have the opportunity to put too many feet wrong, though. Gtws is right there with him. We've got a yellow flag at turn 8. Now, turn 8 is around where the leaders would have been when that yellow flag came out. So, hopefully, it isn't one of our leaders. In fact, it's both of the Cup 1 Ferraris. That's a bizarre sight. So, Petros Makris, who I believe was lapping Frank Kivitz, they've both ended up off the track somehow and rejoin together. There's also one of the Porsche cars there, Yves Goddard of Team 52, just making his way around the circuit also. A few drivers further back maybe having a slight moment, but that won't be of imminent concern at the sharp end. Love the green headlights on the 992. They get more imposing the darker it gets around this circuit. Team U Sportwagen Technik and Twin Bush collaboration, of course, is one that's been going on for a while in the GT Masters and indeed the GTWinterSeries paddocks. Great to see the distinctive yellow and blue back again. Almost reminds you of some bloke called Valentino who has a mural around this circuit. Porsche 992 in its second year now. Those first year quirks, challenges, getting the car set up properly, will more than likely be a thing of the past now. Of course, Use actually won a race in GT Masters last year with the older car, with the 991 ahead of the 992. Oh, but that was a bit wide from Kapfinger. He's still close by, though. I think the aero wash catching out Mikael Kapfinger a little bit there as he drew closer to Kwanda Mokoena. Your order with 13 minutes of this race left to go. Finn Wiebelhaus is your leader. Nicky Thiem is in second place. Then it's Mokoena in third. We watch him through the windscreen of your fourth place driver, Mikael Kapfinger. J-Mo Hartling is in fifth place as we watch Kapfinger bounce over the curbs. Sixth position, Lucas Sundal in the GTWs Racing Audi. Martin Kazmarski in seventh place, and Aronis Kikauskas in eighth position. Sundal, of course, in the other of the two GTWs cars. A numerous-time Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia champion. In fact, 5 in a row from 2018 till 2022. So he is just as decorated as anyone in that top half dozen. Little precautionary tap of the brakes before the braking zone there from Mokoena, just making sure the brakes are still underneath him. Through turn 4 there goes Kevitz in the 488 Challenge car, but he's well down the field. Another one of the GT3 cars that's a bit further down the order is Mikael Botches. Good to see him out there in the Kessel GT3. He was meant to be racing last weekend, but an incident in practice put paid to that. Igor Klaya down in 14th position, just ahead of, or just behind Uwe Lauer. So 13th and 14th places there. Of course, we've seen that Lauer had a moment earlier on. Petros Makaris, Kessel Racing, leads the Cup 1 class, but sits 19th overall. Has already been lapped by our leading drivers in the GT3 class. But Makaris will hand over to Marco Bononomi in the endurance race, and you can expect that car to fly with the former Audi LMP1 driver at the helm. Makaris, though, having a very good second weekend in the car. He's got a lot of supporters watching from Greece, and good to see his progress. Definitely quicker this weekend. Kazmarski, of course, his first weekend in a GT3 car last time, and he went and won on the first try. So he's got a high bar to clear. Mikael Kapfinger has a very wily opponent to clear in the form of Kwanda Mokoena. Has had some great successes in South African motorsport, has won endurance championships in South Africa. It's a racing family, the Mokoenas. And Kwanda certainly knows what he's doing at the wheel of a GT3. He's done a lot of mileage both in Europe and in his native country. Mikael Kapfinger, newer to GT3, but certainly not new to Porsches. Both dive past Przemysław Bienkowski, who sits down in 17th overall, 6th among the Cup 2 class cars. 3rd and 4th place, run past the marshal post at the pit exit through turn 1. Still just half a second between them. Kapfinger is just waiting for that opportunity to present itself. It's very difficult to make a pass in relatively even machinery when you're both top-level drivers around the circuit, Ricardo Tormo, but it can definitely be done. Yellow flag once again at turn 9. Finn Wiebelhaus will be on the scene there, but I think by the time he gets there, the yellow flag has been cleared. Love the sound of that 992 GT3R. The modern generation of GT3 machines, the cars coming out in the last couple of years, look every bit as imposing, as wide, as highly developed as the GTE cars that they're replacing at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship. GT3 has come on leaps and bounds from its origins, as has the GT Winter Series. What a fabulous list of drivers and cars we've got right now in this race. It's Finn Wiebelhaus, though, who's putting himself to the top of that list by force. He's in the traffic at the moment, but driving very well indeed. Having to manage the traffic, predict what's going on around him, which can be easier said than done. We saw this from him, particularly in the endurance race at Portimao. Really had his head around the situation, making laps, getting people lapped. The 69 car about to go a lap down then. Lucas Sundal in 6th place, making his way up there. Uwe Lauer is the next target for the Merbag-backed Haupt Racing team at Mercedes-AMG GT3. Coming out onto the main straight, meanwhile, is that battle between Yves Goddard and Petros Makris. They're down in 18th and 19th place for sure, but they're still having a great scrap. Cup 2 versus Cup 1, Porsche versus Ferrari. We see a lot of that in this series. The numerous classes of the GT Winter Series always seem to converge and create these exciting battles that we don't get to see the luxury of in many places. Makris again continuing to lead in the Cup 1 class. Kapfinger still there behind Juan de Mocoena, as we can see in the picture-in-picture. Mocoena with the wider entry into the corner, gave him the better exit from the corner. Now properly full screen on board. Just, no, not quite touching 6th gear actually, interestingly, as they run down to turn 1. I was waiting for the shift up into 6th and it never came from Mikael Kapfinger. That's the fastest point on the circuit, so they're only using 5 gears. Interesting choice if so. But I'm sure there is reasoning behind it that is far above my pay grade or knowledge level. Mocoena putting his car in all the right places, but Kapfinger looking more and more racy. That's a very good run out of turn 6. The kink at 7 is always flat. Can he have a go at turn 8? It would be very bold. I must say, a bit early on the brakes there from Mocoena, at least from this perspective. I think Mikael Kapfinger was expecting him to brake maybe 10 meters later and had to wiggle his way out of that one a little bit. We have had a 5-second penalty on track for Joachim Bolting, so the track limits are still a concern. But look at Mikael Kapfinger really hounding Juan de Mocoena as the sun sets over Valencia. The time is running out for Mikael Kapfinger. He gets a good run out of the last turn there. Don't think he's going to be close enough for a move into the first turn, but Mocoena and Kapfinger running at such close quarters. This is fabulous racing between the pair of them. Mocoena doing everything right, and Kapfinger maybe announcing to the world here, to those of you who haven't watched a Winter Series live stream in the past, we only ever used to do limited live stream coverage previously. This is our first full season of live streaming, but those of us who've been here in the paddock know what Mikael Kapfinger can do. Juan de Mocoena, the more experienced GT3 driver, the higher profile of the two for sure. However, Mikael Kapfinger showing why he is someone that is rated very highly among this paddock. Both he and Johannes are young silvers that could well go far. But it's not about silver right now. It's about bronze. It's about third place on that GT3 podium. And Juan de Mocoena would like to leave with a trophy on the first attempt. But Mikael Kapfinger really is pushing harder and harder and harder at the wheel of the number 1 car. Very wide at turn 12 once again. Uwe Lauer's just ahead. Oh, he nearly gets Juan de Mocoena caught unsighted there. Mocoena did well to find a Mercedes width there. Very close between the two of them as they run down the main straight. Kapfinger with a little speculative look to the inside. He might be best served getting a good run out of 1 for turn 2, and that's exactly what he does. Oh, Mocoena with a slight slide there. Doesn't damage his momentum enough for an issue at turn 2, but it's getting extremely close as Kapfinger just mounts that curb. He's getting aggressive. He's fighting for everything he's worth here. We've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race left to run. The time is ticking away, and Kapfinger is looking more and more scrappy, but so is Juan de Mocoena. Both of them feeling the pressure. Car 72 with a 5-limit penalty for track limits and the 741. So both Igor Klaya and Uwe Lauer have gained penalties, but no one further up the order putting feet wrong right now, at least not to the extent where it's punishable by post-race penalty. Finn Wiebelhaus continues to lead the way, 5.2 seconds clear at the front of the order. Nicky Thiem seems solid in second place, 5.2 seconds back, but Mocoena is anything but comfortable. It's about the hottest seat you'll find in February at the moment for Juan de Mocoena. This will be the penultimate lap of the race that they begin now, so 2 to go. 2 laps for Mocoena to stave off the pressure, and of course he's now coming up to the fast Cup 2 cars. He's got Joachim Bolting there just ahead of him, third in class, and hunting down Leandro Martins, albeit with a penalty hanging over his head. And these drivers are very focused on their own scrap. Mocoena there, very deep into turn 2. Has he got a good enough run to hold off Kapfinger? They're almost side by side through turn 3 into the 4th corner. Kapfinger trying to go around the outside, looks to the inside now. He's got the nose there, but Mocoena just cuts him off going through turn 5. Very, very close quarters action between Kapfinger and Mocoena. Juan de Mocoena in 3rd place has been fighting for this as if it's a World Championship victory at stake. They've got Leandro Martins there, just keeping it wide, keeping it clean. Mikael Kapfinger passes his brother's old car. That must be a weird feeling. But I doubt he had time to reflect on last year's racing in that machine. It is all about 2024. 55 seconds left on the clock. Finn Wiebelhaus has crossed the line to begin the final lap of the race. There he is. 2nd place Nicky Thiem just behind some of the traffic. And then it's Mocoena and Kapfinger. But Finn Wiebelhaus is once again putting on a demonstration run here. He did this in the 2nd sprint race of the weekend. That's the Portimao circuit, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Of course, Jamo Hartling fended him off in the 1st race of the weekend at Portimao. But Wiebelhaus, as his confidence builds in a GT3 car, is becoming more and more impressive. Team in 2nd place, Juan de Mocoena though, the one under the most pressure in P3. Mikael Kapfinger using more and more of those curbs, getting more and more aggressive at the wheel of the 992. He will hand that car over to Mikael Use in the endurance race, but we're going to see him in both of the sprints, which is going to be an absolute treat. The top 4 drivers in the final few turns of the lap. There's a yellow flag at turn 9 for Petros Makris, but he continues on his way and continuing through the final corner and towards the checkered flag. is Finn Wiebelhaus. Wiebelhaus makes it 3 wins from 4 starts in the GT Winter Series. Nicky Thiem makes his debut, finishing 2nd place in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Great to have him in our paddock for the first time. And Kwanda Mokoena, after having to fight every inch of the way with Mikael Kapfinger, holds off despite the pressure and takes P3 ahead of Mikael. Jamo Hartling secures 5th place in the SR Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. Lucas Sundal is next in 6th place in the first of the Utah Audis. And we've got a great scrap in the picture as well between Kazmarski and Gtws. And I think it's just about going to fall to Kazmarski, despite the best efforts of the Utah Racing Audi driver. Martin Kazmarski, who won the race on Sunday morning in Jerez, will feel like he's won a race by holding off that Audi, I'm sure. He had a great battle there. Gtws taking 8th place then, and Hubert Darmetko was a lap down, already crossing the line to win in Cup 2 as well. Bienkowski crossing the line just ahead of Mikael Bochez. They are the last 2 cars across the line, so everyone has made the flag. We had some brilliant racing across the GT3 and Cup 2 classes there, but all eyes on that dogfight between the Porsche and the Mercedes, and indeed the Lamborghini at the sharp end too. We saw Finn Wiebelhaus claim yet another win in the GT Winter Series. That number 4 car has taken the win ahead of Nicky Thiem of SSR Performance. Kwanda Mokoena makes it 2 Haupt cars on the overall podium ahead of Mikael Kapfinger and Jamo Hartling. Lucas Sundal taking 6th place. Martin Kazmarski in 7th ahead of Arunas Gtws. Hubert Darmetko taking 9th place and winning in Cup 2, also beating Thor Haugen in a close battle there. 11th place and 2nd in class for Leandro Martins. Joachim Bolting should hold on to 12th place despite his 5-second penalty for track limits. Uwe Lauer finishes 13th ahead of Igor Klaya in P14. 15th place for Marcel van Berlo. Przemysław Bienkowski in 16th place. Kessel Racing's Mikael Bochez takes 17th. Yves Goddard in 18th. Petros Makris wins Cup 1 in the Kessel Racing Ferrari ahead of Frank Kivitz. Well, 20 cars started, 20 cars finished. Finn Wiebelhaus started on pole and will finish there too. Nicky Thiem, the Dane train, will be fairly happy with his efforts there, I think. But he's going to have to find a couple of more tenths to try and beat this man, Finn Wiebelhaus. Finn took a picture with Nicky yesterday and said, you know, quite the benchmark driver to contend with. And, well, he's contending and superseding on the evidence of that first race. Brilliant performance from Finn Wiebelhaus. Kwanda Mokoena will be celebrating that well-deserved 3rd place as well. Wiebelhaus taking his time to get out of the car, get those gloves off, cool himself down. Let's see how he's feeling. He will hopefully be very proud of himself. I know his dad will be mighty proud of himself. Got a few opportunities to talk to him over the last few days. Finn Wiebelhaus heads to Kwanda Mokoena, his teammate, to congratulate him. That is great to see. And Wiebelhaus will soon take his helmet off as they debrief. Kwanda says, did you have to fight as hard as I did? And frankly, Finn Wiebelhaus's answer is going to be no, actually. But Kwanda did an absolutely fabulous job holding off Mikael Kapfinger over the course of that race. Endurance specialist in South Africa is Kwanda Mokoena. Managed to help one of the Audi teams secure a title in the Kyalami 9-hour a few months ago, but just as good in a sprint setting as well. The Haupt Racing team guys celebrating along with their drivers. Nicky Thiem is debriefing with SSR down at the far end of the podium. There's Manuel Reuter. He gives a big congratulations to his young prodigy. Prodigies, plural, I should say. And I'm sure Chris McCarthy won't be far away once he works his way through the sea of Haupt Racing mechanics and team members that want to congratulate their young chargers. Finn Wiebelhaus taking in the adulation, though. Well-deserved adulation. And I'm sure that he will be looking to do it all again on Sunday. You don't have to wait long to see more of the same from the GT Winter Series Race 2 bright and early on Sunday morning. I see that Chris McCarthy has Finn Wiebelhaus with him now, so we will head our way down there and leave the airwaves open so that Chris can have a word with our race winner. Finn Wiebelhaus has done it again in the GT Winter Series.
Finn, great to have you down with us. Congratulations. That's 3 wins now in 4 races, and the 100% podium record continues. An absolutely dominant performance there.
Yeah, it was a nice race. It was quite fun. I love the track. I love the car. The car was perfectly set up with the team, so it was a really, really pleasure to drive the car. It was really nice.
It seemed that everything was executed perfectly from start to finish as well. Just talk us through those first few laps. It seemed you were able to establish a gap very, very quickly.
Yeah, that was for sure the plan, to build a gap and be a bit in front of the Lamborghini before the lapping, you know, to have a safe gap, to overlap the guys. Yeah, that was a plan for sure, and went quite well at the pace, yeah.
And we have some really tough competition here. One of the cars in front of us, Nicky Thiem, a very successful driver. It must feel good to be able to beat a driver like that as successfully as you did.
Yeah, of course, it's a good reference. He's a really experienced and fast guy, so it was a pleasure to drive against him, yeah.
And looking forward to tomorrow. Reckon we can add to those victories similar to what you did in Portimao?
Hopefully, let's see.
Good stuff, well done. Finn Wiebelhaus, congratulations to him. We can see some of the other drivers around SSR Performances there, Lamborghini as well. Nicky Thiem, he's going to be up on the podium as well. That's where we're going to be going very, very shortly with Lukas Gajewski. But first we'll go back up to you, Adam Weller.
Thank you very much, Chris McCarthy. Great work down there in the pits today. Finn Wiebelhaus will take a well-deserved breather on his way to the podium. And I'm sure everyone a bit hot and bothered in the sunset in those GT3 cockpits. They are air-conditioned, but still quite the environment to try and perform in over the course of the half-hour race. Nicky Thiem will take that second place then alongside Quanda Mokoena in the top 3 on the podium. You see there the stands emptying, fans going home. If you are here in the Valencia area, come along. Free access tomorrow as well. Let's have a look though at the replays for that race. It was a very well executed start from Finn Wiebelhaus. He led comfortably into the first corner ahead of Nicky Thiem. Quanda Mokoena there in 3rd place as the racing got started. Just behind him, Mikael Kapfinger. Wouldn't that be the story of the race? Leandro Martins was your early Cup 2 leader. But soon enough, Hubert Darmetko would find his way past. Martin Kazmarski getting his way past Arunas Gakauskas as well. The Ferrari GT3 cars being targeted here by Hubert Darmetko, and Darmetko would find his way past Thor Haugen for what was 9th overall. Uwe Lauer, who was ahead of him at that point, would soon make a bit of an error and return to the track, as would a couple of the other Ferraris, the challenge cars, also having something of a moment at turn 8, which always catches drivers out. Mikael Kapfinger would get progressively more aggressive, flash those headlights, making Quanda Mokoena well aware of the pressures that awaited from behind him, working their way, scything their way through the lap traffic. But no one was doing that better than Finn Wiebelhaus, who made it look elementary once again at the sharp end of the order, perhaps in circumstances where no one expected him to do quite so well up against Nicky Thiem. Mikael Kapfinger was trying everything he could to get past Quanda Mokoena, but he would have to fall short of the podium on this occasion. Finn Wiebelhaus makes it 4 podiums from 4 in car number 4. Race win number 3 on the podium for him. He will be absolutely thrilled in the debrief when I'm sure Manuel Reuter is firstly going to give him a handshake and say, well done, mate. But here are the things you could do better. I don't know what quite he could have done better in that race, to be honest, but I'm sure they'll find something. He will be on the podium in a few moments. Of course, so many different classes and different cars in the field. No Cup 4 Lamborghinis, no Super Trofeo cars this weekend, but we have the Cup 2 Porsches, the Cup 1 Ferraris out there on the circuit. So Lucas, well, he admitted earlier on that he doesn't actually do the herding, so I can break the fourth wall there and tell you that Anna and the rest of the GEDLICH Racing crew will be working hard to actually do the herding. And from there we will have the podiums. And I understand that our chief shepherd, Lucas Gajewski, has indeed found our drivers. So let's go down to the podium.
Absolutely, for one last time today, it's podium time here in Valencia, race number 1 for GT Winter Series in the books. Let's celebrate with our winners. And of course, as always in GT Winter Series, we start our podium procedures with the GT3 class. So let's welcome in 3rd place for Haupt Racing Team, Quanda Mokoena. In 2nd place for SSR Performance, Nicky Team. And your winner for Haupt Racing Team just as well, Finn Wiebelhaus. So next, please welcome Sergio Fonseca, Stefan Lehner and Marcus Gedlich to present the trophies to our 3 winning drivers up here on the podium. Quanda Mokoena making his GT Winter Series debut on the podium, and Nicky Team on his debut just as well in 2nd place. And for the 3rd time this season on the highest spot of the podium, it's Finn Wiebelhaus making his return to the GT Winter Series this weekend. And of course, once all the podium photos are done and collected, we'd like to speak to our drivers on the podium just as well. We've heard from Finn Wiebelhaus downstairs with Chris McCarthy already. Guys, hang on. Finn, you're good to go. You're good to go, Finn, but I need Quanda and Nicky. Yes, of course. I'm going to start with Quanda on his debut in GT Winter Series, 3rd place. Congratulations, very hard fought one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a tricky race. Felt like we had the pace, just a little fine-tuning to do with the car, but I think overall I can be super happy. For the first race, I think a podium in the first race, couldn't ask for anything more, so I'm super happy.
Quanda, congratulations. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Nicky, P2 in the end, which is, well, essentially a test run, isn't it, in the Lamborghini, but still a podium finish for you.
Still good credit to the winner. Fast kid you got there, so yeah, hope for a good future for this kid. And yeah, other than that, it's really good preparation. So I learned a lot again about the car, obviously, and with the team. So yeah, we just keep going. And yeah, again, thank you for having us, and really good preparation for our season.
Great pleasure. Nicky Team, thank you very much. That's your GT3 podium for tonight. And next up, as the 2nd podium coming up, is Cup 1 for our Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo class. And in 2nd place, please welcome to the podium for JVO Racing, Frank Kewitz. And your winner for the 2nd time this season for Kessel Racing, Petros Makris. Well done to him. Next up, Stefan Lehner and Marcus Gedlich with the trophy presentation to our top 2 Ferrari drivers here on the podium. Frank Kewitz making his debut in GT Winter Series in the Jörg van Ommen entered machine in 2nd place. And then it's Petros winning once again after we saw him out for the first time just a week ago in Harris. And we'll just wait for the photos to be collected. Guys, let's have a quick word with you as well. Let's just get back on the podium. Well deserved. Frank, P2 in the end, but I think there was a bit of a clash amongst you somewhere mid-race. What happened there?
Yeah, so the sun was very down, so it was hard for me because I don't know the racing circuit not that good, and yeah, it was the first time, but I'm very impressed. I'm very happy to come through.
That's great news, and you ended up being on the podium. That's even better, isn't it?
Yeah, and then not expect this.
Thank you very much, Frank. Let's speak to our winner, Petros, for the second time. It's the top step, and it was quite interesting to have you in the two Challenge Evo cars getting together a bit there.
Fantastic. We managed very well. This is motorsport. It happens, but thankfully no accidents. Again, I would like to thank my team, GEDLICH Racing, my instructor, my mechanic, my chief engineer, all the guys have done a fantastic job. Huge experience for me again as a beginner in this club challenge experience. So fantastic.
Thank you very much, Petros, and of course to Frank as well. I'll be very happy to welcome you back on the podium tomorrow. Big round of applause for our two winners, Frankiewicz and Petros Marquez. So, one more podium to go for tonight, which is for the Cup 2 runnings, the Porsche Carrera Cup class. And let's welcome in third place to the podium for Plusline Racing Team, Joachim Bölting. In second place for Raka Motorsports, Leandro Martins. And here is your winner for PTT Racing, Hubert Dametko. Well done, guys. And once again, it's Sergio Fonseca alongside Stefan Lehner and Markus Gedlich to present the trophies to our three Cup 2 finishers, podium finishers, I should say, with Hubert Dametko finishing in first place. And of course, he's been fighting with some of the GT3 cars just as well. So let's hear from Hubert in just a second. Of course, we'll wait for our photographers, still hard at work after a long day here in Valencia. Tomorrow's going to be even longer, of course, and everything's going to be live just as well in our streaming coverage. So more to come tomorrow. But first of all, let's speak to our top three guys. I still need you on the podium. Let's all get back, please. Please. Leandro obviously leaving because he's not too comfy with the interviews, but that's all right. Speaking to Hubert, first of all, I was already mentioning it on the PA. Very interesting that you not only led Cup 2 class, but you were also fighting against some of the GT3 Ferraris, which is never easy, is it?
Yes, it's extremely easy because the Ferrari is much quicker on turns because of the aerodynamics. But you know, I had great setup of the car thanks to my team PTT Racing. They did great job, so that was the effect.
Hubert, thank you very much. Good to see you again tomorrow. Joachim, how was your day today here in Valencia?
It was a heavy day. It was hot, not like in winter time in Germany. It seems like summer in Germany, the temperatures here. But it was great, was okay. The car was very well done by the team, and I'm looking for tomorrow.
Congrats to the podium. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. Thank you very much, Joachim. Joachim Bölting there, your third place driver in Cup 2 class. So that is the last podium of the day done and dusted. Downstairs in the pits, in a very crowded pit lane here in Valencia, I can see Chris McCarthy and Adam Reller ready to round up the day for you.
Welcome down to the pit lane. We've just had podium celebrations up there with Lucas, and joining me as ever after the podium celebrations, after a full afternoon of commentary, is our commentator Adam Weller. Adam, great to have you down. A great way to start the weekend and our fourth event overall. How have you found the event so far? We've got our GT cars in the background just being rolled in. Great race to end off. I think great races to kick off the round overall.
We knew there was going to be a crescendo today when we got those big GT3 cars. We had 3 of them in Jerez. That's grown to 11 this time, and the caliber of drivers there is absolutely incredible. Of course, Formula Wind Series is what it is at this point. 38 youngsters all vying to be the next Kasper Stuka story from FWS. The TCRs are always good fun as well, especially with their increased grid. And yeah, GT4 is also a great story there with Mikey Porter and the soon-to-be Tatuus. So good stories all day.
Quanda Macarena doing a great job defending there at the end, wasn't he?
Yeah, Quanda was telling me earlier on that his little goat symbol on his helmet is actually a ram, or umbusi as it's called in his native language. But he didn't need to do any of that there. He just defended for his life, did a great job against Mikael Kapfinger, and he'll be very happy.
He nearly had the guys upstairs dancing and back in production as well, the way you were saying it all the time as well. Great job to Quanda Macarena. Jump in, Lucas. Oh, there we go. I think that's our winning car. Jumping in, Finn Wiebelhaus doing a fantastic job, jumping straight in. 3 wins in 4 races. He's always been on the podium every single race as well, Lucas. Fantastic weather. I don't know how you have a coat on, to be honest. What an afternoon it's been.
What an afternoon it's been. Some surprises, I'd say. Weather has been absolutely outstanding, which is one of our favorite parts, isn't it, about GT Winter Series. However, there has been some bad luck over the course of the last few weekends, so we're perfectly comfy today.
Right, guys, let's quickly talk about, before we go to Formula Winter Series, what we'll wrap on, let's talk about Mikey Porter. You mentioned it very briefly there. The fact that James Smith now has to get a tattoo. If you're Mikey Porter, what do you go for? Because Mikey Porter, if you weren't with us, now he's got his first GT4 win. His manager, James Smith, has to get a tattoo of Mikey's choice. If you're Mikey, what are you going to go for? What do you think he's going to go for?
With Mikey, I dread to think, but I thought managers were meant to be in charge of the negotiations and stuff, and they said that he's gone down from a British GT title win for a tattoo to a GT4 Winter Series race win for a tattoo. Goodness me, that's a bit of a drop, isn't it? But obviously, I mean, the entire Fassetti team have been delighted with Mikey's performance as the races have gone on. He and James and Jamie, everyone at the team, Joe Holloway, they deserve to get those successes, and yeah, they increase their championship lead.
What do you think? What do you think he's going to go
for? The trouble is I'm that sort of person who would just back out and say, well, okay, you've lost the bet. Just buy me a couple of drinks and you're good to go, free. So I'm the wrong person to come up with any ideas. I'm just curious how mad it's going to be in terms of motive and body part as well, to be honest.
Yeah, great to have...
I've come up with a less crazy suggestion. Since Fassetti are based at Snetterton, maybe just the Snetterton map, somewhere like the shoulder that won't get him, you know, banned from any establishments. It'd be good.
Isn't that a bit, you know, you walk into a tattoo shop, maybe even in Valencia, so, well, can you do the Snetterton track layout? It's a bit like having one of these Chinese signs on your... I'm not sure.
I tell you, it's going to happen. Mikey was, you know, he was leaning over the podium like, it's going to happen. It is going to happen, I'm telling you that. So we will show it when he turns up with the tattoo next time, probably at Aragon. Great story in TCR Spain. Very quickly, before we go to Formula Winter Series, Eric Genet jumped out. His father, Jordi Genet, was here as well. What a fantastic story. You mentioned in commentary as well that his father won here in World Touring Cars. Now he's won here as well.
Yeah, he won the first ever World Touring Car Championship race of Spain here in 2005 for Seat. Seat these days is usually Cupra on the streets, and Eric Genet claiming that win, seeing that embrace. And did you notice he was in one of his dad's suits last week? He didn't win. He was in his own suit this week, and he won.
Good stuff. And great to have Carlos Tatai here as well as a special guest. We had Anna Carrasco out there. Carlos Tatai, they're motorcycle riders. You know, I know Carlos is, after that injury now, is having to give it up, but great to see he's looking into TCR Spain.
Well, absolutely, and over there we can still see the Grazie Valle sign, which just, it explains everything, doesn't it? This place is so fond in terms of motorcycle racing, and whenever there is something going on here, people will turn up. Not only drivers and riders, but also the general audience. I've never really seen a Winter Series paddock this packed as it was today. It's fantastic to see, isn't it?
And on behalf of all the GEDLICH Racing team, alphalive as well, we wish Carlos all the best in the rest of his recovery and in his road to getting back in racing as well this time. Of course, he's going to look into TCR Spain. Okay, let's end with, there it is, Formula Winter Series next. A lively first race to kick us off. Adam, I'll start with yourself. What did we think of the first race? 38 cars out there again. We did have a couple of interruptions. It did end a little bit early. What were your thoughts overall?
Firstly, I'll apologise to Mikael Pedersen because I said he had 2 offs and that's not possible. Macedo also had an off in the other DriveX car. But yeah, I mean, incredible. The last corner here at Valencia is known as the Adrian Campos corner. It was a Campos car that won with Andres Cardenas. That's quite fitting. And yeah, Cardenas, I said he might be a favourite and he's proving me right. Keep going, my friend.
And these karting stars are jumping in fast. The likes of Nathan Ty coming in straight into the top 10 in qualifying as well, which of course was made up from those practice results yesterday. I mean, we've got some really big stars in this grid, haven't we?
It is impressive. We always have some of the rookie drivers, even on the overall podium or somewhere in top 5 or top 10, which is very nice to see. Of course, for us and for the spectators, it's always a bit frustrating to have an interrupted race with safety cars and a red flag in the end. It's always unfortunate, but it's also something very important to learn for the drivers, how to behave under safety car conditions, how to behave under red flag, because there are certain things you always need to go through when this happens. And although it's not as entertaining as we would like it to be, it's still very important for these young lads, isn't it?
Very, very important. Well, that brings an end to day 1 of GT Winter Series here of Valencia. I'm going to end, and he doesn't know I'm doing this on behalf of everyone here at GEDLICH Racing and alphalive, by wishing a very happy birthday, a 25th happy birthday to our director, Rob Rowley, who is probably going to be in my ear now I'm doing this because he doesn't know that I'm doing this. We did celebrate with him a little bit earlier. Rob, who directs this by himself, puts all the pictures together for you with all the cameramen that are around this circuit, does a fantastic job with it. So Rob, happy birthday from all of this. Of course, with James as well. We don't forget about you doing the graphics. But Rob, very happy birthday, 25 today. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the day celebrating as well. Don't celebrate too hard because we're back bright and early tomorrow for a full day of racing. Make sure you tune in for all the action. Day 2 here at Valencia. It's going to be an absolutely cracking day from all of us here. For now, it's goodbye.